I'm Yoshi Lomax, superstar attorney at law and fugitive.
So, you're the famous Yoshi Lomax.
Probably more infamous. I'm on the run from the federal government for crimes that I didn't commit.
Gentlemen, I'm Deputy U.S. Marshal Sharon Starr. I'll be taking things from here.
Not to mention being on the hit list of at least 3 of Miami's major crime bosses. I wanted to apologize in person for leaving so abruptly last night.
Welcome back.
That's Vladimir Kuznetsov, a Russian crime boss. He's been a suspect in over a dozen missing person cases.
I mean, I didn't get here to be this successful for doing things the American way. I need a list of the jury for my case with Hanju.
Oh, really? What's that worth to you? Oh, my God, you have such a...
Mr. Santana is to be released upon processing.
So what do you know about Sheldon Chisholm?
What do you want to know about him?
I really need to know if you're going to take my case. I don't have time to play, Miss Lomax.
Money is not a problem. You know anything about his case?
It's being handled by agents in my field office.
I've learned that in this game of life, in order to win,
Ready to dance?
you gotta play dirty. You might look at me and see a beautiful, confident, successful woman.
Congratulations, counselor. Yet another win.
But underneath, I'm flawed. I'm broken. And I'm scared. So I have no choice but to run until I can find a way to clear my name.
Miss Lomax is now considered a fugitive of the United States. Catching fugitives is my business, which makes her my suspect. You and your associates are relieved.
Look. She killed one of our own.
But I will not give up.
All right, people, listen up. Get a picture of Miss Lomax out there so the public knows what she looks like.
I will not give in.
Okay. People, we got a game plan. Let's break and execute.
I will not get caught.
Time to go hunt.
We are back. It's your boy Evan Hollywood. It's the Evan Hollywood Experience. What's today? May 16th. Happy Saturday to everybody. I hope everybody's enjoying their weekend. It's going to be a long weekend. At least it is up here. I guess it's a long weekend everywhere. I lose track of the holidays, like being in another country. You end up losing context of the holidays. But I'm going to be back in the United States in July. Have a little fun around July 4th. I'll be back in New York. I'll be going to the, up to in Brooklyn and Kingston Road for the Caribbean celebration. Have my Brazilian flag and on me. And it should be fun. Got a lot to talk about today. We're starting an hour early because I wanted to make sure I'm able to get everything in. And we're going to be streaming on Twitch. We're going to be streaming on the Patreon. If you have Patreon, if you join the Patreon, make sure you can also pick the lives up there. Because YouTube now only half of the stream shows. So it's best to get us on Twitch TV/Heaven Hollywood. Shout out to Darius and shout out to everybody from Twitch, watching on Twitter and watching on the IE Network YouTube. All right, that's where it's going to be streaming from, these 3 spots today. So we're going to be going over a few things. Of course, the aftermath of Iceman, which turned out to be Iceman, what is it called? Maid of Honor. And I still don't know how to pronounce the third album. But I just say the third album. But I said between 525 and 600K. That's what I've always said from the beginning. I said between 500 and 625. Now they're saying that Iceman right now is projected to do between hold on. This is the projection as of right now. But one thing you have to notice, whenever they give the projections early, the fan base sees it. And if they're not satisfied with it, it's going to always, it increases, right? So I believe they said between 480 and 515, I believe. I said between 525 and 6. Now, remember, these projections come only 2 days after the release. I think those will go up. I think those will go up. So let me get the exact projection from chart data. We're going to be talking about Iceman. We're going to talk about the disses. We're going to disses because a lot of people are still confused about the shots. Still confused about the shots. Y'all don't know lyrics. The ones that are still confused about the shots, they were pretty obvious if you know how to read lyrics, right? So chart data first says Make Them Cry officially breaks the all-time record for biggest streaming day for a hip-hop song in global Spotify history. And then they surpassing Not Like Us. And then the Kendrick fans tried to come back and say that was a lie. Drake's Iceman is aiming for #1 debut on the Billboard 200 with 480 to 520. Now, let me tell you something right now. Anything in the fours to me, to me, okay, no problem, Darius. Anything in the fours to me is underwhelming. Can't be in the fours. You cannot be in the fours. Because I think G and X was in the threes or almost at 4. Can't be in the fours. Absolutely not. It has to at least, to me, be 500K. I don't care if it's 495. It cannot be in the fours. When they get his number, it should not start off with a 4. I don't care if it's 480. I don't care if it's 490. I don't care if it's 499. No. It has to be, to me, 525 or better should be it. I'll give him 5. 500K for Iceman. I'm not talking about the other two. Iceman, 500K. All right. A lot of people saying that, the other two are supposed to do like 100. And I think that's too low. The other two, to me, better do at least 250 each. I don't want to hear no 1-0 like that third joint. And I'm gonna tell you something. I was kind of feeling the first 6 joints of the second one. That's going to be for the girls. So I better not hear no 1-0. If the females are supposed to be the ones that buy and stream all the music, what the hell is it going to say 1 something for? That whole second CD was for the ladies. And y'all have the ladies developed this reputation of they're the ones who buy the music and what. So I better not see no one nothing. Oh yeah, the maid of honor. So 185. No. That's gonna have to be at least in the twos. I would say at least over Nicki and Cardi. It better be over 228. Nicki did 228 for album. You better be over 228. Definitely better be over 200K. Those albums really should be, the 2 and 3 should be performing near each other. And of course, 1 should be way above 2 and 3. We're going to talk about that. We're talking about Lizzo and Azalea Banks. I mean, like, Azalea Banks was dissing Cardi B last week and praising Nicki Minaj, but she has always dissed Nicki Minaj. 1 minute she's dissing Nicki Minaj and praising Cardi B. The next minute she's praising Cardi B and dissing Nicki Minaj, or she's dissing Cardi B and praising Nicki Minaj, or she's praising Doja Cat, or she's dissing all three. Now she's dissing Lizzo, right? Because Lizzo responded back and said, oh, she has no problem when it's endearing when she called me Fat Lizzo. And then Azalea Banks came back and wanted to hop on that clout and started dissing Lizzo again. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Cherokee the Ass. Now, I have worked with Cherokee the Ass in the past. I've also, I think, worked with Sky Black. Now, Drake mentioned Sky Black and Cherokee the Ass on his album. Now, Cherokee the Ass seems to respond back, and her response seems as though she didn't appreciate Drake mentioning her on the album. And she responded back. We're going to go over her response and go over exactly why she took that stance. We've not heard from Sky Black yet. And there was some people that was in the comments taking her side, like, yeah, she should feel away. Drake is childish. Drake has no growth. Drake is a simp. Drake is this. So we're going to go over that. Joe Budden seemingly unchanged his tune. Backpedaling, backtrack, moonwalk. He. Doing the moonwalk, backpedaling. He loves the album. Now, and on one hand, I could appreciate that from Joe Budden, because if you get dissed on the album and you still say the album fire, I can pretty much trust your word. When I go in and ask for objectivity on these albums, I'm not trying to get objectivity from an op. So if I had never heard Pink Friday 2, I would not take a Cardi B fan's word or a Megan fan's word to say, oh, it's trash, right? Because they're never going to say anything Nicki Minaj does is fire. And vice versa. You know, if I did not listen to I Am the Drama, and a Barb is like, it's garbage, you know, she sucks, her music sucks, I'm not going to take that with any objectivity, right? I'm not going to take any objectivity from vice versa. I'm going to listen to for myself and be objective on what I hear. Because when it comes to music, I'm not no more bigger fan of one than I am of the other. I am not a huge fan of Nicki Minaj's personality, but I'm a huge fan of Nicki Minaj's music, at least up until her last album, right? Like I always tell people, I thought Queen was my favorite album. I thought Queen was better in Invasion of Privacy. It didn't sell better in Invasion of Privacy, but I just thought it was a better album. So for my personal taste. That's just for my personal taste. But I thought that Pink Friday 2 was like her worst album that she's made. And it outsold Queen, but it was nowhere near the quality of Queen. Nowhere near it. The rhymes were nowhere as good. The beats were nowhere as good. The song, the versatility, the songs, like they were nowhere near the quality of Queen, yet it outsold Queen. Right, so I don't go by sales to determine how good an album is. Right, I listen to it. Just like, look how well Invasion of Privacy sold. And if you go by the sales, you'll say, oh, it was better than Am I the Drama because it sold 255K and Am I the Drama only sold 200K. Yeah, well, guess what? Am I the Drama is a better album to me. It's a better album than Invasion of Privacy. You know, it took me a couple of years to even play through Invasion of Privacy one full time. What I found myself doing was just going to a lot of the songs and not really playing the album all the way through. Like I played the hell out of Get Up 10. Like I played that song in the ground. Look, they gave a bitch 2 options, stripping or lose. That was my shit. But I never really played her album all the way through. It took me a while. Am I the Drama? I played it through like twice the same day. I enjoyed that album. I thought that was a fly album. I was still playing that fucking killing you hoes. No slim waist, pretty face, I'm killing you hoes. Not a hair out of place, killing you hoes. That shit is fire. That shit is fire. So when I ask about Drake, if I asked somebody to give me any push about any feedback on the Drake album, I'm not gonna go ask a Kendrick fan, right? I'm not gonna ask somebody who I know don't like Drake, right? So I'm gonna ask somebody who I know is gonna give me objectivity, like somebody like my brother who he likes Drake. He's not a great big fan of Drake. He likes Drake. He likes Kendrick. Like he likes different rappers. So if I ask him, yo, did you hear this album? Yo, how was it? He'll tell me. Right? Right now, he's on pace to from what they say, smash Kendrick's records. You know, he's going to probably have those 3 albums are going to probably be 1, 2, and 3. Now they're talking about, you know, possibly 30 of the 41 songs being on the chart. And what I'm watching for is if he gets the #1 song. I see Universal's trying to block him with Michael Jackson to try to see who gets the #1 song. But if he gets the #1 song, a lot of people, especially Elliott Wilson, got the answer to the fact of them saying he don't think he'll never get another #1. That's going to end this, you know, next week on the charts. At least I hope. All right. So we got that. So a lot of things to talk about, man. Right? I said Drake already breaking records early. Predictions already at 500K. Yeah. I said day 2. What number you think he's doing now? Again, my prediction was 6. I said between 525 and 600. You know, so that's a little broad. Like that's a little broad. I should narrow it down. So I'll say between 550 and 600. That's what I'll say. Because usually when they give that number, right? Usually when they give that number, it's kind of low, and people are like, "Oh no, we gotta make sure it's higher than that," right? So I'll just go out on a limb and say I originally said 525 to 600. I don't think it'll exceed 600, but we'll see what his fans do. All right. Like I said, we're gonna talk about Lizzo. And there's a lot of Drake comments that I want to get to. I also want to, like I said, I want to talk about Joe Budden, right? And here's the thing that I want to address. Like, people, you know, I hate these things, right? Stand up for Jay-Z, broke their little that one man. Wait, what's he talking about? What's he talking about? This person, Luck Minaj. Nicki Minaj, fearlessness, changed the hip-hop dynamics forever. Standing up against Jay-Z broke the illusion that one man controls the narrative. What? She paved the way for artists to demand respect and speak out freely. Well, which artists are you talking about? You talking about Drake? Which artists are you talking about? Because the only artist that has come out is Drake. And the Nicki Minaj fans are trying to make it seem as though, oh, Drake feels as though he could diss Jay-Z because what she said. No, Drake has been dissing Jay-Z for years. Drake been dissed Jay-Z. He didn't just start now. Oh, Nicki dissed him, so now I'm going to go and feel like I... No. Drake has been dissing Jay-Z for years. And now this narrative is going to be, oh, yeah, now rappers feel as though they could diss Jay-Z. Well, who? I haven't seen any other rappers diss Jay-Z. What other rappers feel as though they could diss Jay-Z? I just see the same old people. Dame Dash. I see the same old people. These other rappers that are out, Jay-Z has probably done something for them. He stood up for Savage, you know, to get his green card or whatever. So Savage ain't gonna diss him. Ross ain't gonna diss him. Right? They manage Uzi. Rock Nation managed Uzi, so Uzi ain't gonna diss him. So what rappers did she open up the doors to diss? 50 Cent been dissing Jay-Z. It had nothing to do with what Nicki Minaj said. She's not going to make it cool for other, because Jay-Z never responds to women anyway. So not going to be like, oh yeah, she stood up to him and he's scared to talk back. No, because Jay-Z doesn't respond back to women. If you follow Jay-Z, like when MIA was coming out, he never responded back to MIA. Lauryn Hill called him out years ago. He didn't respond back to Lauryn Hill. He didn't respond to anyone that's ever mentioned it. Most of the time, women don't even mention Jay-Z. He never responded back to those people. Most women don't even have anything negative to say about Jay-Z. Right? So all this, oh yeah, these rappers, they're usually scared. Most of the rappers don't like Jay-Z. Well, who? But they're scared to speak out. I'm sure Nas wouldn't be scared to speak out against Jay-Z. Nas has done it before. I mean, there's been plenty of rappers that has dissed Jay-Z. So I don't understand where this notion about rappers are scared to diss Jay-Z. Cameron dissed Jay-Z. Jim Jones dissed Jay-Z. Nas dissed Jay-Z. Drake dissed Jay-Z. But where were they scared to diss Jay-Z? I think Jadakiss at one time dissed Jay-Z. Joe Budden dissed Jay-Z. Where were rappers scared to diss Jay-Z? What's up? What's up, Tech Wifey? So I don't get this whole notion that, oh yeah, 50 Cent dissed Jay-Z. So where did this narrative come that, oh, Nicki's opening up the floodgates because rappers were scared to diss Jay-Z before? Why would Wayne diss Jay-Z? Why would Eminem diss Jay-Z? Wayne, you going to diss the man that got you out of debt? That paid $14 million for you to get out of debt? So I don't really know what is meant by, yeah, rappers, a lot of rappers don't like Jay-Z, but they're scared to say so. So we're gonna get into the to the Jay-Z bars. I guess you were scared to say so up to 2 years ago because you were slobbing on his knob up until 2023, 2024. You didn't turn on Jay-Z until he gave he gave Kendrick the Super Bowl. Then you went and slid for Wayne, and he didn't even slide back. He said, "Oh, I call Hov when I need some advice." You sliding for Wayne, and he ain't even sliding for himself, right? And we're gonna get into the whole bars with Drake, but I just want to ask a question now. Drake, you know I'm a Drake fan as far as his music goes. I ain't gonna take him over Hov though. That's not gonna happen. I'm not taking him over Jay. I'm not taking him over Rakim. Like those are two rappers, and probably Redman. Those are probably the only three rappers I'll take over Drake. Or take this side of Drake. I will definitely never take his side over Hov. That's out. So, but what I'm asking is, and we're gonna go through, over what we think about the album and what have you. I'll give him my whole highs and lows about the album. But only thing I would ask Drake is, you're in the middle of a lawsuit, right? Wherein you was very upset. And I'll have to admit, I was on your side when it comes to this. From the very moment I heard Not Like Us, I didn't like it. I didn't like the fact that he put your house on the album art and trying to insinuate that predators were living in your house. I never liked that from the beginning. Calling him a PDF without any solid proof. He's never been brought up on PDF. No woman has ever accused him of PDF or none of that. Nobody, no young girl's parents has ever called up and complained about Drake or anything like that. No proof. So then, with your rap saying, even though you didn't mention Jay-Z's name and Kendrick mentioned Drake's name, so we can definitely take Kendrick talking about Drake. But when you said y'all was really flopping to the islands or mix and matching on the islands or whatever, you're kind of doing to Jay-Z what you're suing that happened to you. Because there's no proof anywhere that Jay-Z was ever on Epstein Island, that he had any contact with Epstein. Not one witness that was on, in the Epstein files or whatever, not one witness has ever mentioned Jay-Z. Jay-Z's been mentioned one time, and that was through a anonymous tip line where the person never left a name, never left an address so they can follow up. They didn't want people to follow up. Never left anything. So there was never any proof. And even in the FBI files with that thing with Jay-Z, they said a lot of times the anonymous tips are not true. But we have to log them because it's a call or a tip. So if you call up there and say, oh, yeah, I woke up on Epstein Island and I saw Tom Cruise, right? They're going to put it down. They're going to put down, oh, yeah, somebody said they were getting molested by Eddie Murphy, and then they woke up and they saw Tom Cruise there. They're going to put it down, right? The Department of Justice is going to write it down. But then they go to follow up with you for information to prove it. And if they can't follow, if you're not willing to do a follow-up, then they're not going to go any further with it, right? So you have absolutely no proof. Matter of fact, you've already seen emails, I'm sure, of Epstein saying he don't want no black man on Epstein Island. He wasn't trying to share his little white kings with any black guys. He didn't want black men involved. So I know you've heard that, Drake. I know you've read it or heard about it. But yet and still you want to say, oh, yeah, your boys were flocking to the island. So I just want to be clear. So it's okay to accuse someone without any proof. Am I right? Or is it just not okay for them to accuse you, but you can accuse someone else? Like, what are we doing here? I just want to get the rules, because if Jay fire back with some PDF lines, I don't want the GOAT to be in a lawsuit. So I'm just trying to find out what's the rules here. I want to find out what the rules are. Because Drake said when it comes to that, you can't put that jacket on somebody. That's what you said in your rhymes. You put that jacket on anybody else and it's their funeral. But you're trying to put that same jacket on Jay-Z by saying y'all boys was really flocking to the islands. Oh, now your names are redacted and this, that, and other. And that's false information. Jay-Z's name wasn't redacted from the Epstein files because they were never there. Right? So I just want to know, are the rules okay now to accuse somebody of that without proof because it's not you? Or what? What's the deal? I want to know if there's rules or not. Because I wasn't here for them calling Drake a PDF and Kendrick doing that at the Super Bowl. I honestly was hoping and praying that he didn't even do that part at the Super Bowl. I was hoping that he would just do the first part and then cut it off before it gets to, say, Drake. I heard him like, I didn't even want him to do that part. So you calling out Jay-Z, the last time you called Jay-Z out, you know what happened. You know what happened. So I just want you to be ready, sir. I just want you to be ready, because from what I'm hearing, the response is coming on stage. That's what I was told today. The response is going to come on stage during that 3-day concert. Now, you remember the last time Jay-Z responded on stage, it was at Summer Jam. And he had a picture of Prodigy that nobody had ever saw. And when they saw that picture, they said, oh, snap. So I hope Drake and Nicki Minaj and Dame Dot, I hope y'all don't have pictures out there that one of your former friends, now ops, or former family members now turned op, is willing to sell to Jay-Z. Or some information that they're willing to sell to Jay-Z, because trust me, he will get it. He will get it. But I heard the response is coming during the concert, and Jay-Z has done that before. What's up? What's up, Project? Brooklyn in the building. Jay-Z has done that before. Remember when he responded back to Dame during the live, and we talk about fiction or we talk about facts? He responded to Dame back then on stage, right? He responded to a lot of people about, oh yeah, we made Jay-Z and Jay-Z did this, and he responded to a lot of them on Pound Cake, on a record he was on with Drake. So I'm just saying, when the GOAT fight back, he did tell y'all it's going to be offense this year. So when the GOAT fight back, I don't want to hear no whining and crying. oh, he's it, oh, he put it in a call to such and such, and nah, I want to hear it. If you know somebody is that powerful as y'all say, and he's the boogeyman, he's this, that, and the other, why you got his name in your mouth? Why you got his name? That's one thing I'll never understand. People talk about how powerful Jay-Z is and how powerful Rock Nation is. And this, that, and the third. And he could do this and he can block this and he blocked Nicki's music and he sabotaged me and but if somebody is so powerful and they can do whatever they want to, why do you keep mentioning their name? I wouldn't want to keep mentioning nobody's name that could do something like that to me. Keep his name out your mouth. If he can do all that. If somebody had that much power over me and they could, I can make you stop working and one day I can snap my finger and you'll be fired. You're going to lose all your opportunities. I'm going to sabotage your career. I'm in this. You think I'm going to be talking about them the next day? Or online, making fun of them? Or talk about their children? Or whatever the case may be. Putting up AI photos of them? But then you're going to go and say, oh, yeah, they sabotaged me. They stopped my this. They stole my money. They took the, damn, they that powerful and you still talking, you still got them in your mouth every day? So one or two things ain't correct. Right? Academics, oh yeah, Rock Nation, they are coming for me. They're trying to get me off the air. They're trying to get me sequestered. They're trying to silence me. They're trying to get my video taken down. They're trying to shut my channel down. They're trying to do this. They're trying to do that. But then you talk about Jay-Z every day. Keep his name out your mouth and they won't bother you. I never understood it. Oh, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. Tasha K. Oh, Cardi B's an evil woman. She's going to do this. Oh, she's trying to take food out my kid's mouth. She's trying to say that she will stop them from going to college. She's just that. Well, why you keep her name in your mouth? If she could do all this, why do you keep talking about her? It makes no sense. If Rock Nation is so evil, keep their name out your mouth. How hard is that? And then they'll have no reason to bother you. Oh my God. I don't know why that's so hard. I really don't. But we're going to surf around the internet, see what's what, see if there's anything else that interests us. If not, we're going to get into the topics. Okay. Let's see here. We're going to surf through Twitter. We're going to surf through Lipstick Alley. I'm going to see if there's anything that jumps out that I'll be interested in. So let me share the screen. Hold on. We'll share the screen. Sometimes you got to pop out and show a nigga. Right here. This guy has a lot of topics in the celebrity world. Let's see here. Mustard on the beat, though. Mustard, shut your bitch ass up and make some tracks and make some drums, nigga. Metro, shut your whole ass up and make some drums, nigga. All right, so let's see what we got here. All right, so let's start with this. Jason Lee. This is gonna be interesting. Y'all seen Jason Lee on Ricky Lake? You see him? Talk about girls fighting over him. I thought he was always gay. This nigga was gay for clout. Ain't this about a bitch? Did y'all see Jason Lee? Or he was trying to be straight for clout? Talk about he got two girls fighting over. Oh my God. I used to watch Ricky Lake too, but I don't remember that episode. I don't remember that episode at all. Darius, did you see Jason? Armand Wiggins said, "Oh, he handsome. He handsome." Darius, did you see Jason Lee as a straight guy or a fake straight guy? That was hilarious. And they realized he was on Ricky Lake talking about three girls fighting over him, and he was on there. He even sound different. What do you mean mustard? Oh, what beat? What beat? Mustard or Metro? Anybody put a one in the chat? Did y'all see this thing with Jason Lee about him on Ricky Lake when he was straight or when he was cosplaying as straight? Put a one in the chat if you saw that. Put a one in the chat if you saw straight Jason Lee. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitch. Shout out to everybody watching on the IE Network and everybody watching on Twitter. Look, it's Saturday. Y'all are not at work. Where's the responses? Where is the responses? Like, Darius is the only one that responded. Y'all know good and damn well y'all hear me, and you know good and damn well you ain't at work. And you can chat and respond. So when I done said 3 times now, if you've seen that, put a 1 in the chat. I turn on my phone and I listen to it, and I can hear myself saying exactly what I said. So if I can hear it, y'all can hear it. Wait a minute. See? All right. Crazy, man. Crazy, man. I hear myself. I hear myself. So why do I only have one person? They said there's 70 people. They said there's 70 people in my chat with YouTube and Twitter. Now I know people on Twitter can also chat because I've done it before. I've done before. Show comments on stage. Here we go. So I've said if y'all see If y'all saw Jason Lee as a straight male or cosplaying as a straight male when he was supposed to be on Ricky Lake or whatever, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat. If you didn't see it, put a 2. Said show comments on stage. Come on, man. Oh, boy. So Darius, I'm going to assume, is the only person that saw it. So, I don't know why either, but whatever. I can't be bothered. All right, so let's see here. Jason Lee got into it with Peter Rosenberg. Now, Peter Rosenberg confronted Jason Lee for calling him a culture vulture when the latter made an appearance on the latest episode of the Ebro Laura Rosenberg show. Rosenberg asserted that Lee accused him of being a culture vulture without any evidence to support his claim. You have a right to not like me. You have a right to think I was a dick to you. Totally fair game, he said at the 29:50 mark. And I appreciate a culture vulture because I know the people who really do what that is. Pull from his culture, from hip-hop, black culture, make their living off of it, which while not contributing back to it. You made that up about me without any real information. You knew it just sounded good and people would believe it. Ebro chimed in, it's because you're white. Rosenberg thought Lee suggested that Lee should ask his friend A$AP Rocky for his thoughts about him being a culture vulture, given that radio DJ believes he has helped contribute to his success. You know what you should do? You should ask your friend A$AP Rocky what he feels about Peter Rosenberg. He asked, ask him if he's a culture vulture or if he helped make his career. And he will say, oh, Rosenberg is the guy who took my songs, cleaned them up for radio play, and gave them to other DJs so he could play my music. Rosenberg acknowledged that he benefited from the hip-hop culture and expressed how grateful he is for what is done for his life. I have always and always will prioritize giving back to that culture, helping uplift other people of color specifically, he said. That will always be a part of my life. Okay? After Rosenberg admitted that being a culture vulture was some hurtful S, Lee went down a similarly spiteful route, stating he has no plans on asking Rocky about him, and he stops by for his son's birthday party. I'll be with Rocky tonight at his son's 4th party, and I'm going to tell him to his face that I don't give a shit what his opinion is about his support for you. Your support for him, what he's done for you, what you've done for him, he said. We don't talk about you or anybody else. I'll just give you facts. You're giving me bullshit, Rosenberg fired back. Lee brought up issues affecting the black community, to which Rosenberg reassured him that he had spoken out about those matters. I speak out about that, always have, he said, spoke about the LGBTQ rights. Rosenberg could never fully understand the experience of a black or a gay person saying, but you ain't suck D and you ain't black, so you'll never know. And again, Jason, that community, when he constantly hates on black women. So Jason Lee is trying to act like, do I have a late feedback? What's up, King Gray? What up? No, I shouldn't have a late feedback. I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing myself on when I talk, I'm hearing myself 2 seconds later. See, look. Hold on. Yeah, when I talk. Now listen to when I talk. Yeah, when I talk. Now listen to when I talk. Yeah, when I talk. Now listen to when I talk. Yeah, when I talk. Now listen to when I talk. Yeah, when I talk. So I'm having like, listen. Looks like you have a delay in the comments. Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Hold on. Nope, I'm looking on my phone and these comments are coming way after. Hold on. Anyway. What's up, King Ray in the building? So I don't even know if I really want to play the Jason Lee thing because I don't really like neither one of these guys. But what I will say about Rosenberg is he has stayed pretty true to the hip hop culture. I'm not a big Rosenberg fan, but that's because of something personal. So, but I will say from what I've seen about him, he is dedicated to the hip hop community. He has spoken out on issues. And no, of course, he's not going to know what it's like, but you're moving the goalposts, Jason Lee. You didn't ask him to know what it's like. You said he's never spoke on it. Then when he says he has spoken on these issues, then you say, oh, well, you will never know what it's like to be black. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say he would know. But you said, did he ever say anything about black culture? And the question is yes. Are we going to get into Iceman? Right? Because I don't understand why YouTube suspended my StreamYard, but I see mad other people was doing live listening parties with Iceman and their video is still up. So I don't understand why I'm so different. Why they didn't allow my stream. They said, oh, the stream is being blocked. But go again. Okay, thank you very much, Project. All right. Okay, cool. That sound clear? Good. All right. Let's get into a couple of things. We got to start. We got to get into this whole Stefan Diggs situation, right? Hold on. So, Stefan Diggs. So, Stefan Diggs made an appearance. He was out with his other baby mama. Her name is Kay Benji. Her name is Kay Benji. We're going to take a look at that. So I guess it was his daughter. I think her name is Peyton. It was the daughter's birthday. Stefan went out with Kay Benji. I'll tell you one thing about Stefan Diggs. He do be having some baddies. That's one thing you can't say about him. He don't pull no ugly women. Now this Kay Benji, she don't seem to have the body like the other girls got. She don't seem to have that type of body, but she's a cute girl. You know what I mean? So people trying to say, oh, he didn't look like he was interested in being there, and oh, he looks scared because he don't want Cardi B to say. Stefan Diggs, right? Stefan Diggs now knows that after Cardi B forgave him, he really ain't got nothing to worry about. It's kind of like how after the first time Offset cheated, right? After the first time Offset cheated, it was like, oh, okay, I cheated this time, so I'll be able to get away with it next time. All I got to do is do a little begging. Baby, baby, please, baby, please, baby, baby, please. A couple of those things, and she'll eventually forgive me. That's what Stefan Diggs probably saying. He's probably saying, I did all this on camera, had another baby or everything else, and you still okay with it? Okay. And I can get away with whatever. That's how he thinking. Let's see if I can get some volume. Let's see. Let me cut off the sound. I don't want my thing to get dinged. Cute little girl. Cute little girl. Peyton. All right. Here he is again. Let me see here. People trying to say he looked scared and he didn't want to engage with Kay Benji because, oh, he don't want no piece of Cardi. He know Cardi gonna go upside his head. Nah, I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. She's a little slim thingy. Hold on. Hopefully I got no problem with no music. See, I can't play that because they got Tyler's music in the back. Right? But he was on daddy duty. And, you know, Cardi B knows that he has kids with other girls. She knows he has kids with other women, so can't make a big deal out of that now. Right? Can't make a big deal out of that now. Right. The dreads, the braids or whatever. When his hair is braided, I'm not gonna lie. You know, pause, he looks better than Offset. But if it's me or when his hair is braided, does he resemble Offset a little bit? Put a one in the chat if y'all think I'm just tripping. Put a one in the chat if you're like, that man looks nothing like Offset. Put a two in the chat is with these braids, when he looks up, you know, they both got the little mustache. They're about the same complexion. Maybe Offset's a little darker. Now, I know Offset looks better than this dude. I mean, I know Stephon Diggs, women say he looked better than Offset. But they kind of resemble a little bit, like when he has his hair like that. Right? Now, remember, resembling somebody don't mean that you look better than them, and it don't mean that y'all look just alike. I don't know nobody, oh, please, he don't look not like no Offset. Like, why did Drake link with Shane Gillis when Shane is the one who said Drake is going to go down for kitty stuff like 2 to 3 years before the beef? Oh, let me look into that. Let me look into that, Viral Beast. That's a good point. I got to look into that. Hold on. Look at Shane Gillis. So, see, this is why, and let me double check. I'm not saying that you lying. I'm not saying that you lying, Shane, Viral Beast, but I want to double check that. If you got a link, right? They spiritual cousins. If you got a link, send it to me so I can put that link in another window. Do you have the link to the tweet? If that's the case, that just goes to show that these rappers don't be paying attention. And his fan base, if he had a real fan base, they would be telling him not. If he had real people in his corner, they would be telling him, nah, don't link with that dude. That dude said you was going down for the kitty sub. Now, did he definitely say that? Shane Gillis. Who is that? Put that in the, I'll have my moderator try to find that for me. So, yeah, Stephon Diggs was out. His daughter's birthday, Peyton. I don't see anything wrong with that. Right there, that he looks like Offset. Sorry to tell you. They look alike. They resemble each other. They don't look alike, but he resembles Offset, or Offset resembles him, whoever's older. All right. So, just pawn the gatekeepers again. All right. So let's move on. Let's go to YouTube so I can tap in with some of these things here, right? I want to see this. Spotify caught cooking the Iceman books for Drake, plus the UMG contract. So we're good off the Stephon Diggs stuff, right? I want to tap into the Nicki Minaj. Hold on. So I can bring it back to Obama. I want to tap into the Nicki Minaj Time Magazine interview real quick. There's a couple of points I want to bring up. Couple of points I want to bring up about this interview that we can then transfer over to the Drake stuff about Drake coming out with Jay-Z. Now, I also want to talk about The View, right? These are the most acceptable by Rsponds. They're going to praise her and compared her to the rise of Margaret Thatcher. Okay. Let me see. Time magazine. All right, I wanted to go into the whole thing. Hold on a minute. Bong. Hold on. So Nicki Minaj did an interview with Time Magazine. It was actually done in January, but it just came out, right? And it is titled "How Nicki Minaj Went MAGA." Now, this came out 3 days ago, but now that the Drake album comes out, right? This is how this goes along with it. Look at Alex Brucevich, freaking weirdo. Matt and Shane Single Pot after 140. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Viral Beast for that. Shane said Birdman told him. All right, I'm going to get into that. Hold on a minute. Wow, Shane said that Birdman told him that he was going down. Let's see. Hold on. Well, we're going to get into that project because, again, my job, as you know, is a question. I put on here, hold on. Y'all be getting so upset over questions. The question is, did Drake diss Cardi B? Right? Now, if you notice across social media, some people are saying yes, some people are saying no, and some people are saying, oh, he was complimenting her. Some people were saying he dissed Nicki Minaj for Cardi B. Some people were saying he dissed Cardi B for Nicki Minaj, and some people were saying he's just complimenting both. Darius said he's going to give his take, which I'm going to let him give, why he feels that way. If everybody has different opinions, you can't be like, oh, no, good, get out. He wasn't that. That's your opinion, sweetheart. You know what I'm saying? That's your opinion. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to say your opinion. If y'all even want to come up and give your opinion, why? But Darius said he's going to give a take. He feels this way for a certain reason. So we'll get into that. But again, I'm not saying in my title, I'm not saying that he did. I'm asking, did he? That's a question. And we'll go over that when the time comes. Sheesh. Y'all can't stand when somebody put a question up. It's not a statement. It's a question because, like I said, if you look across social media, it's kind of split. It's kind of split. So that's why I got to ask because I really don't know. I didn't look into it like that. But Darius said he has a theory of why he says it was a diss. I hope it wasn't a diss So I thought he messed with Cardi B, but then again, he's not going to take Cardi B over Nicki Minaj. So this interview was done in Mar-a-Lago. She's out there, and of course, sitting near her is Alex Brucevich, the guy I told y'all was her new handler and her new press guy and her new manager or whatever else she needs when it comes to the MAGA stuff. He's a strategist, and he's been put there now to help Nicki Minaj strategize and help her move in the media, in the media space, and help her move in the MAGA space. She got introduced to him by Amber Rose, who a lot of people said before he got married, Amber Rose was blowing Alex. That's what the streets are saying. I'm not saying it's true, but that's what I heard a long time ago, right? When she was first doing that interview with him, everybody was like, oh, yeah, Amber's effing that guy. But then after that, he had got married or whatever, and she's invited to the wedding. Like, you knew Amber Rose that well that you invited her to your wedding? Okay. Then he had just met Nicki Minaj. He'd only known about 20 minutes, and he's inviting her and her husband to his wedding. Like, a wedding is a personal thing for friends, right? That you're getting married to someone, and you had just really met Nicki Minaj. And you're going to tell me that you knew her that well that you just to use one of your invites on inviting her to your wedding? Seems a little weird to me, but let's see. What I wanted to go over here was the thing that she said about Obama. Appears alongside comedian Shane Gillis and singer Zach Bryan. 30 favorites Joe Biden. All right, so there's a part here, right? It says the rapper's political reinvention should not have claimed hits like Super Bass and Starships. First hinted at a contrarian political streak in 2012. Now that's 14 years ago, when she slipped a line into a guest verse on Lil Wayne's track Mercy. I'm a Republican, voted for Mitt Romney. Now that just goes to show that Nicki was lying, because she said she's not a citizen and she couldn't vote. So I don't see how she voted for Mitt Romney. I guess that's just, it comes out as being a line when we find out later on that she's not a citizen and she probably have never voted. So it says, the motivations Minaj offered during our more than 90-minute conversation at Mar-a-Lago are layered. She was disappointed by former President Barack Obama. She says, and frustrated by the expectation that Black entertainers would reflectively vote Democrat. Now, I don't, again, me, myself, I've always thought that celebrities vote Republican because of their tax bracket. Right? Her lingual discernment is partly personal, a product of the company Obama kept. Minaj has a long-standing rivalry with Jay-Z, an Obama friend, rooted in her allegation that Jay-Z has tried to sabotage her career through Roc Nation, his entertainment sports company, which she says has accumulated such concentrated power in the industry that many artists have come to resent him. I think Jay-Z ended up costing Obama a lot. Obama went 2 terms. In his second term, he won more defined than his first. So I don't really know what she means by that. Whether he knows it or not, she tells me. Lots of rappers don't like Jay-Z and were afraid to say it. So I guess she's saying that because he had Jay-Z around him, that Obama, a lot of people didn't like Obama because he was with Jay-Z, but that did not hurt Obama. Right? That didn't hurt Obama. Right? So I don't really understand how he hurt Obama. Why? Because people are now, black people are now talking about they didn't like Obama and stuff. It don't really hurt Obama now because Obama's out of office. But if that affected Obama, you would have seen that in his second term when they would have voted him out. So I don't really understand what she means by it hurt Obama, whether he realizes it or not. Why? Because people online say Obama didn't do anything for black people? I wouldn't really say that hurt Obama. I don't understand that comment. But lots of rappers don't like Jay-Z and were afraid to say it. Rock Nation did not respond to requests. Minaj's frustration with Obama crested during the 2024 election cycle, campaigning for Harris. Well, I mean, Obama wasn't even in office then. The former president observed that some black male voters were uncomfortable making a woman the world's most powerful person. But you don't even like Kamala Harris, so why would that make you mad? Minaj found it condescending. I just saw so many videos of black men saying they didn't like the way they felt about that speech that Obama gave. They felt like they weren't being listened to. What? So I guess you're saying why? Because Obama made that speech, that turned a lot of black men against Kamala and made them vote for Donald Trump. Black men were doing that anyway. I don't think it had nothing to do with Obama to say anything about Obama. Black men were not going to vote for Kamala Harris anyway. But my point that I'm getting to this is, you know, Nicki Minaj actually went to the White House. See, a lot of things that she's saying in these interviews, people like me, I remember when Obama was in office. Didn't Nicki Minaj go sit with Obama? She said, I'm going to sit with him. And what happened was, from what I hear, she wanted to try to get a pardon for her brother. And Obama didn't give her that pardon. I remember a tweet of her saying, oh, on my way to sit down with the president about some things that are important to me. Right? Let me see if I can find that tweet. Hold on. Now I'm bringing this up because I'm a land the plane after this. So I'm setting this up for a certain point. So Nicki Minaj tweeted, met with President Obama today to discuss a few things that happened to me very dear to my heart. I am my brother's keeper. She posted this on April 15, 2016. To mark her visit to the White House alongside other hip-hop artists for discussions of criminal justice reform and the My Brother's Keeper initiative. Okay. The meeting focused on Obama's administration efforts to support younger generations of minorities, with Minaj and other musicians advising on grassroots programs and criminal justice. So it says here that J. Cole, Nicki Minaj, and Mary J. Blige all met with President Obama on April 16th. Alicia Keys as well. Janelle Monáe, Common. There she is, all smiles, right? Let me see what this says. Okay. So Alicia Keys, Nicki Minaj, Busta Rhymes, Common, Janelle Monáe, and others. Hold on. But why they make it so I can't see it? Billboard doing that bull crap. Musicians Alicia Keys, Nicki Minaj, Busta Rhymes, Common, Janelle Monáe all met April 15th with President Barack Obama to discuss ways to continue administration My Brother's Keeper initiative and spur criminal justice reform in the United States. The musicians who met with Obama have been working on efforts to help younger generations of blacks and other minorities stay on the right path. Okay. Now, from what I was told, okay, from what I was told, and this don't mean that it's 100% true. But, what's up always? But, from what I was told back then, she went to Obama for a pardon for her brother. Because remember, she was saying that they were trying to extort her, like the mother that accused the brother was actually trying to extort her, and then once she refused to give them the money, that's when they came with this claim. Now the DNA and everything was found on Son, so I don't know how she gets out of that, but I heard Obama didn't make any moves on that. So that's the reason why I feel as though she don't like Obama. Him being friends with Jay-Z should have nothing to do with it, because it was just, let's see, what is this? Let's see. So let me see what this date is. Nicki Minaj famously said she's obsessed with Jay-Z during the 2014 interview, where she credited him and Lil Wayne as her favorite rappers who laid out the blueprint for success in hip-hop. Right? However, their dynamic has shifted significantly over the years. In recent interviews, Minaj has taken a critical stance on the rap mogul, sharing that her frustrations with him, concentrated industry power and political ties, such as his close friendship with Barack Obama, contributed to her disillusionment with traditional Hollywood and Democrat politics. Hold on. I'm going to get to my point in a minute. Hold on. Hate this shit, man. So you know, so it's stuff like this, right? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like, hold on. Because I mean, hold on a second. Where's that thing at? So this is why I can't take all of this all of a sudden Jay-Z hate. I just can't take it serious. Because if Jay-Z would have given Wayne the Super Bowl, if Jay-Z would have given Wayne the Super Bowl, would we have been hearing all of this Jay-Z hate? If he had got Wayne the Super Bowl and then Wayne would have bought Drake and bought Nicki on stage for the Super Bowl, what have you, would we be hearing all this Jay-Z hate? Because we was not hearing it prior to that. And the interview with Joe Budden, when she said, oh yeah, there should be more moguls, there should be more women like Jay-Z, he had already sold Tidal then. That was after he sold Tidal. And at that point in time, you didn't have no issue with him. Tidal was already sold during that second Joe Budden interview. But then when he didn't give Wayne the Super Bowl, that's when all that stuff came out. All right. So again, Sal, were you there? Because I don't know whether I wasn't there either. That's the reason why I said that that's what I heard. So I can't definitely say what she spoke to him about because I wasn't there. And just like how you said she spoke to him about, well, how do you know that though? How do you know that's all she spoke to him about? Maybe she spoke to him, and yes, I agree. She did speak to him about prison reform because of Meek Mill. But right, presidents can pull strings. Everybody says, oh, Trump can't do that. Trump can't do it, but he does it. He does it, right? They all say that Trump can't do this and Trump can't do that. And every single thing that they say he can't do, he's doing. That's illegal. Well, why is he still doing it? So I don't know what exactly extra she spoke to him about. I'm just telling you what the whispers were from people inside the industry that should know, not saying that they do know. And that's why I always say, if I didn't see it myself or hear it myself, I'll just say people revealed that. There were some people that revealed that. Because what other reason would she not like Obama? Wasn't she on stage saying, oh, you got to get a Michelle or the motherfucking Melania? That was after Trump was already in office. Right? That was after Trump was already in office. Hold on. So it was 2016 at the title, right? And that's when she said, Barack needed a Michelle. Bill needed a mother effing Hillary. She then directed sharp criticism at Melania Trump. The rapper chanted, you better pray to God you don't get stuck with a mother effing Melania. You N-words want brainless bees to stroke your mother effing ego? The remarks were intended to praise intelligent and capable women while criticizing men who are intimidated by assertive, high-achieving partners. Right? So I say that point to say this. In Drake's recent album, he's coming for Jay-Z. He's got some lines for Jay-Z, right? And a lot of people I see online are trying to give Nicki Minaj that credit and said, oh, because she came out and said something in the magazine interview, which came out a couple of days ago, because she made clear that Jay-Z is not untouchable. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And that one man doesn't control the narrative. Now, hold on. She made people understand that one man doesn't control the narrative. But I thought that Jay-Z was this big bad bully. That Jay-Z was this guy who was the boogeyman. And he could control rap and he could control the concerts, and he took money from her concert tour and he sabotaged, and he was even able to make her record label, which is the biggest conglomerate in music. UMG is way bigger than Roc Nation. I don't know what y'all thought, but UMG is way better than Roc Nation. Well, again, if you say it was 2015, why would she be talking about Melania in 2015? Trump didn't get in office until 2016, didn't he? So why would she be talking about Melania in 2015? That doesn't make sense. Didn't Trump first get in office in 2016? I thought that's when Trump ran. And if you're telling me these dates are wrong, but I'm reading these straight off the article. I'm not making these dates up. So I'm reading the dates off the articles. So if it's a lie, the articles are wrong. I'm reading the dates straight off the articles. So are you trying to tell me you're right and the articles are wrong? I mean, if that's what you're saying, okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here like pulling dates out my ass. I'm reading the article, and the article has the date on it. So if you're saying she was dissing Melania in 2015, Why would she be dissing Melania in 2015? And Trump didn't get in office until 2016. So why would she be dissing Melania in 2015? Maybe I'm wrong. Did Trump? Oh, the typo. Oh, okay. So my point is, a lot of people are trying to give it. Oh, now she's saying Nicki Minaj definitely helped Drake write that album. Because ain't no way his song is full of stuff Nicki has already said to Jay-Z. So now Nicki helped Drake write the album. Come on, y'all. Drake, the one who helped get her out of writer's block. Drake, the one who helped her get out of writer's block. Now she helped Drake write the album. Because the thing that Drake had on his album, she said to Jay-Z. Maybe Drake saw them online. Ever think of that? When did Wayne diss Jay-Z? I mean, what you talk about? When did Wayne recently diss Jay-Z? I just saw Wayne talking about Jay-Z maybe a few months ago saying, well, if that one person I call is Jay. Whenever I need some advice on business, Jay the first person I call. Like, when did Wayne diss Jay-Z? Talk about years ago? Has now dissed Jay-Z. When did Wayne diss Jay-Z? Yo, these people are nuts. When did Wayne diss Jay-Z? What, you mean before he paid his taxes? Before he paid his $14 million debt or after? What? When they were going through that little back and forth years ago? Yeah, okay, he maybe did it then. Now, Sal Coley, I definitely agree with that. Right, I'm confused. I'm very confused because I can see, right? I can see for a long time, if you're like, you know what? I can see Kendrick and Drake. We saw all that brewing. But when did Drake stop liking Jay-Z? Didn't they just do a record together like 3 years ago? So, what is all this? Oh, I never liked you, but I got 6 records with you. Like, I don't understand that. You see Drake and Kendrick, well, they got 2 records. Okay, I get it. They haven't done a record in many, many years, over 10 years, or whether it was Poetic Justice. That was probably the last record they did together. They did Poetic Justice, and they did the record with A$AP Rocky. But they've never worked together again after that. So I can see the beef. You just did a record with Jay-Z 3 years ago, 4 years ago, tops. You just said in an interview 2 years ago, yeah, me and Jay, we have respect for each other. So it's never going to cross that line with him. It's always just been a competitive battle. It's always been a competitive thing because we have mutual respect for each other. He just said that 2 years ago. in the interview with B Dot and weirdo, what's his face? Weirdo Elliot. So where did this hatred come from? Where did the hatred come from? You hate somebody, I don't think you're going to put them on a record with you. At least I know I'm not. I'm not going to work with nobody that got a record together. With me, I'm not working with nobody that I don't fuck with. You know, so the Drake coming for Jay-Z, right? So let me look at this because people are confused. People are confused. All the lines Drake and about Jay-Z on Iceman, right? So I can't play any because they're going to ding me. Now I know one of the lines is when he said, "Oh, you know, y'all, I go to, you know, my dogs, you know, control the phones in the prisons, and you go to Hove for a second opinion." I think he was talking to J. Cole when he said that. I think, right? Let's go to the Jay-Z lines, and I think these people are missing a lot of Jay-Z lines. So this one was definitely about him, including Janice STFU, where he calls out Rock Nation and found other veteran artists for not embracing the new guard. We know how you OGs rocking already, my nigga. The jig is up. Now I definitely know what that means. Just because he said the jig is up, but he's been talking about Jay-Z pulling strings for many years. He alluded to Jay-Z being behind him and Meek's beef with the reference tracks. So it's not like maybe he saw her say the jig is up online and said, "Oh, I'm going to use that line." Maybe they've discussed it, or maybe they're two lyricists. It's not like people don't come up with the same rap or the same metaphor. Because he said, "Oh, I'm about to get Richie like Lionel." Well, Biggie said that in the 90s. We don't know whether Drake even remembers that. But just because Drake said that don't mean he's biting Biggie. That just means that Biggie said that line. Maybe Drake don't even remember that Biggie said that line. But it's just a metaphor. The jig is up. Choke No Joke said the jig is up years ago. Does that mean Nicki Minaj is biting Choke No Joke? So let's see what he said. Let's see if some of these things he said. That's one of them, right? He also said that someone would rather have dinner with Jay-Z or get $500K in cash. I'll take $500K, not the dinner. I never could learn S from none of y'all. Meanwhile, he's been on camera many times saying how much he learned from Jay-Z. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. So I could never learn nothing from none of y'all, but you've said multiple times how much you've learned from Jay. So again, a lot of this is contradictory. Now, people don't have in here the lines about the Epstein lines, right? So he also said, hold on. Peers criticized OG and it was on the phones. My M-words run the phone soon as you check in the prison. Your M-words run and talk to Hov for a second opinion. No. Hold on. These people aren't even up on it. Hold on. What he said was something along the lines of, name. Right. Here it says right here. So on this track he raps, on Whisper My Name, he says, damn, y'all was really island hopping back then, huh? Now your names got redacted. Yeah, now an N-word got a fact check. And it says the lyrics reference past trips and the unsealed legal documents connected to Jeffrey Epstein. So again, I just want to make sure what's against the rules, right? And what's not. Because last time I checked, Drake was suing the record label for defamation for saying he was a PDF, and they have no proof of that. So in turn, let's just get this clear. It's cool for you to say people were island hopping without any proof for that, because I can't look anywhere on the internet or in the DOJ, because I've looked both, and find Jay-Z's name on Epstein Island. So either you wasn't referring to Jay-Z, or you're accusing Jay-Z of being on Epstein Island without any proof, which in turn is the same thing you're suing for. So is there rules to this or no? Because I want to know, I just want to get it straight, because when the GOAT comes back, I don't want to hear no hiding and crying. I don't want to hear no, oh, he's accusing me of this and because Drake is intense. And everybody knows I fuck with Drake. During that whole Kendrick battle, I was always with Drake. I fuck with Drake. I'm not a Kendrick guy. I don't like Kendrick Lamar. I've never liked Kendrick Lamar. Right? Okay, yeah, that's what Axe said. Sal Coley, with all due respect, I'm not going to believe DJ Academics. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to believe DJ Academics. And maybe Megan's lawyers was doing that. Megan's lawyers are stupid. So maybe they were asking him about Jay-Z. They definitely been talking behind the scenes about Jay-Z. It can be about Wayne's Super Bowl. It's got to be something bigger, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't think it could be something bigger because you have to remember something. Maybe Jay-Z, right? I really don't see what Jay-Z would have against Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj, with all due respect, is nowhere near Jay-Z. She ain't got nowhere near the money Jay-Z got. She ain't got nowhere near the status Jay-Z got. She ain't got nowhere near the power Jay-Z got. So I really don't understand why Jay-Z would be in his house. Oh my God, I got to think of ways to sabotage Nicki Minaj. Why would he need to sabotage Nicki Minaj? Now, Drake, on the other hand, he's kind of like, Jay was talking about Drake way back in the day. Like, oh, you know, if I'm LeBron, he's like Kobe. Like I know he's coming. When he was in competition, he spoke about Drake years ago. Why would Jay-Z need to sabotage Nicki Minaj? Nicki Minaj can't do anything to Jay-Z. Anything. And like I said, it was just 3 years ago when she had his dick in her mouth. So I don't get, now, like I said, the Drake thing, it could be just competitive. The Drake thing could be a competitive thing. Oh, we don't want him to, maybe Drake had a deal coming down the pipe, or who knows? But as far as the Nicki thing goes, why would Drake sabotage Nicki Minaj? That Nicki Minaj can't do anything to Jay-Z. So that's the reason why, as I said, I believe she's upset because Jay-Z signed Megan Thee Stallion. And Megan Thee Stallion was coming with the lines, and I think she believes that Jay-Z is behind that. He signed Megan Thee Stallion to come at her. But if Jay-Z was really sabotaging shit behind the scenes, why did Megan only sell 60,000 albums? If Jay-Z got all that power to stop Nicki's numbers, to sabotage her album, why didn't he then manipulate Megan's numbers and say she sold 250,000? If he's got all that power, there'd be no way that we could prove him wrong. He could just go and say, hey, manipulate those numbers. You know, I'll pay you, since y'all say, I'm not saying you, since everybody says Jay-Z pays everybody, how come Jay-Z couldn't say, yo, Billboard, I'll pay you $20 million if you say that Megan sold 250,000? That's what they say. They say Jay-Z can pay anybody. So then why did Megan only sell 60,000 units if Jay-Z can pay off the jury? This is who they said Jay-Z paid off. The Tory Lanez jury, the court, the LAPD, the medical examiners, the Grammys, Forbes magazine, the judge. This is who they said, the chick, the lawyer chick, 8 people that I've heard that they said Jay-Z paid off. So if Jay-Z and Rock Nation got enough money to pay all those people off, couldn't he pay off Billboard to say Megan sold 250K? How are we going to tell Billboard they lying? We can't prove Billboard's lying. When this whole thing went down with Nicki Minaj and Cardi B, and he signed for Cardi B to do his record, and they was like, oh, he's coming at Nicki Minaj because he cleared the verse for Cardi B. Cardi ended up selling 200K, right? 28K less. You gonna tell me Jay-Z couldn't pay Billboard to say she's, and instead of saying she sold 200K, I'll give you $5 million. Say she sold 235. Right? If he's that powerful, he's that powerful. This is what they say. They say that Jay-Z can pay anybody. So if he really wanted to sabotage Nicki Minaj that bad, why didn't he just say, hey, Billboard, hey, Spotify, I'll throw y'all all $10 million each to increase Cardi B's numbers so it can make it look like she beat Nicki Minaj out. Right? I mean, wouldn't he do that? Since they said he cleared the verse, right? Couldn't he do that? Again, man, it just all don't be making sense to me. It all don't make sense to me. The Megan angle, now, again, let me go back to, hold on, Sal. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this. To me, that's what angle makes the most sense. Let me see if I can find this video. Let me see something here. I think I found it. Hold on. Now, 2 years ago, right? And we all know she's crazy as a Betsy bug. But let me tell you who also, right? Who also said the same thing that I said. Let me find this video. And she was coming from this angle before anybody was even saying anything, right? All right.
Azalea Banks just stepped into the Nicki Minaj versus Megan Thee Stallion situation, and she basically confirmed what we've all been saying for a hot minute. She claimed that Nicki's problem isn't actually with Megan, but with Roc Nation, and by extension, Jay-Z and Beyonce. Azalea had a lot to say about this, claiming that Nicki has had beef with the Carters for the longest time, and she has secretly been obsessed with Jay-Z for years. Girl, y'all need to get in on this drama because Azalea did not hold anything back, and she exposed every single secret that Nicki has been trying to hide for a long time. So it looks like we are finally starting to get to the heart of the matter when it comes to Nicki Minaj's beef with Megan Thee Stallion. And like I told y'all before, the beef is about Roc Nation, and Megan is just a scapegoat for Nicki to express her frustration. For obvious reasons, she can't go against Roc Nation because that would mean going against Jay-Z and Beyonce head on, and she's smarter than that. We kind of started to figure that out when she kept bringing Roc Nation into the drama unprovoked. After Megan dropped Hiss, Nicki went on a rant, and in one of her tweets, she said, "Y'all want to bring up family members and lying on your dead mother? Told me to drink and go to the clinic if I was pregnant, all because I wouldn't let your funky butt pour liquor down my throat. B thinks she a bully because she get a Rock Nation brunch every year. B mad at Party. He told all your tea, but you taking shots at my family? Get up on your good foot. Go apologize to your mother, nasty serpent." The fact that she felt like Megan was bullying her because of Rock Nation spoke volumes. But that was not last time, because she also called Rock Nation out for promoting Megan's song, even though Megan is a Rock Nation girly and it's literally their job to promote her. Nicki shared a screenshot of an ad by Rock Nation and said, "Spending so much money, but she's the little broke independent artist. Desiree, you gotta let it go, baby. The world knows she's ASS and can't rap. Stop trying to make fetch happen. I just put out a song with no promo. No video is already number 2. For those who don't know, Desiree Perez is the CEO of Rock Nation, and Nicki has been accusing Desiree of trying to replace her for years. Nicki also called Desiree out and threatened to expose her, saying, "On the next song, I delve into all the people Desiree allegedly fired for unknown reasons, other things as well. So many people were blindsided and hurt by her, allegedly. She's willing to go broke to try to replace me. Fix it, Jesus." She then went on a rant and accused Rock Nation of paying people to run a smear campaign on her.
And the paid for TikToks and the paid for tweets, to the point where people got their little $250 for their tweet to say something bad about Nicki Minaj, and then the next day it was like, "Yeah, anyway, I'm listening to Bigfoot." So I don't know why anybody of that, and I'm not talking about any rapper, I'm talking about a company or companies.
At this point, it was undeniable that Nicki's real issues were against Beyonce and Jay-Z, and fans finally started to clock how she has been sneak dissing Beyonce for years. For example, when Beyonce and Megan dropped the song Savage Remix, Beyonce said, "Big B and that B stands for bands. If you want to see some real ASS, baby, here's your chance." Well, a week later, Doja Cat and Nicki dropped their song Say So, and in Nicki's line, she said, "Why you talking about who body fake with all them fillers in your face? You just full of hate. That real butt ain't keep your ninja home. Now you looking silly. That's a word to silicone." It got sneakier when several sources claimed that Nicki has suddenly decided to change her verse at the last minute after Savage Remix dropped. But that wasn't the last time that Nicki name dropped Beyonce, because in the song Press Play, Nicki name dropped Beyonce saying, "They say, why can't you be Beyonce? Daddy wasn't no businessman. Mama wasn't no business owner. What an idiot." At this point, people started to put 2 and 2 together and realize just how badly Nicki had it for Jay-Z and Beyonce. Well, Azalea Banks finally entered the chat and dropped her 2 cents on the drama, confirming our speculations that Nicki has beef with the Carters. She went live on Instagram and kicked things off by revealing that Nicki's issues with Jay-Z started because he protected her then boyfriend, Meek Mill, after he put pause on Nicki. And this prevented Nicki from exposing Meek and speaking her truth. Azalea also claimed that Nicki desperately wants to be a Rock Nation girly, and she is still salty because she isn't.
Nicki has low-key, like, I could just feel that she's low-key felt slighted by Jay, even by his association with Meek Mill, but she's also at the same time been trying to wiggle her way in. Like, Nicki wants to be a Rock Nation girl bad.
Now, we kind of peeped this tea about her and Meek Mill, especially since there were reports that Rock Nation got her documentary canceled because she was going to speak with Meek Mill and they couldn't have that. A couple of years down the line, Nicki posted a snippet from the documentary where she talked about being in a relationship with a man.
Home Depot has free delivery, so you can get everything you need for out there or in here without having to go anywhere. Order today and get free delivery from the Home Depot.
Do you owe more than $10,000 in Canada on things like credit cards, payment loans, or lines of credit? Are your monthly payments not driving down the balances, even when you pay hundreds each month? Here's the good news. You can do something about your situation right now. You can write off up to 80% or more of your debts, all by using the laws of Canada. All you have to do to see if you qualify is take our short questionnaire. Click the button of this video now to find out.
and who used to put paws on her.
So when my mother would let my father be violent with her, and she always brings up the story as a little girl, I would stand in front of my mother and go like this. And I vowed, like, that's why I'm like, maybe some people would describe me as abrasive or whatever, because I vowed from that age, no man would ever call me out my name, treat me like that. And then all of a sudden, that was my life.
Meek Mill got the shade, and he sent a cease and desist letter to Nicki to try to prevent her from talking about the situation. This made Nicki furious, so she flipped out on him on Twitter, saying, "You a clown. You do it for likes. Twitter fingers women scared of men. You your own sister and taped it, spit on her and taped it, kicked me in front of your mother and sent her to the hospital. Sucking Drake's D made you feel tough again. Move on. You can never stand on your own. You was around, you know, see you soon." So according to Azalea, this is the real reason that Nicki was mad. And if you're wondering why she took it out on Megan, Azalea claimed that Nicki was jealous because it's been years since Jay-Z publicly co-signed a female rapper, and Nicki was upset that it wasn't her.
And on top of that, like, it's been years since Jay-Z has publicly co-signed any female rapper. And the fact that it's Megan, like, it could be anybody. You know what I mean? It could be me. You know what I mean? It could be Bad Baby. It could be whoever. The fact that some girl that is not Nicki got Jay-Z's public cosign, some female rapper that's not Nicki got Jay-Z's public cosign, makes Nicki jealous.
But there's still more to the story, because Azalea claimed that Nicki felt abandoned by Jay-Z. See, Nicki felt like she and Jay-Z were pals after working on Kanye's song Monster, only for him to take Meek Mill's side and ignore her.
She was supposed to be embraced by him in some way or whatever. And just to see him not give a f***, she's saying Meek Mill killed, like, yeah, just to see him not give a f*** at Meek Mill, supposedly, allegedly, I don't know, up.
Azalea also claimed that Nicki's situation had nothing to do with Megan, Cardi, or the other women that Nicki argues with, because it's all about the Hollywood giants who are keeping her down, but Nicki keeps taking it out on other women.
And I've said that time and time again, like, stop arguing with these girls, because it's not about these girls. It's about the white men behind them that want to eat your food. Like, it's not about Doja, it's not about Cardi, it's about Lucas Scotswald and Craig Hellman. Those are the two that you need to be, like, worried about, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, she wants the protection of a Rock Nation. She wants the organization. And the prestige, and, you know.
She then confirmed the rumors that Nicki is going through some financial struggles, but she has been faking it.
It's pretty clear that Nicki's up. Like, she's like up financially, you know. I realized it when she was frying the can of cream corn in the Teflon pan. You can tell just by whatever keeps happening with Nicki's butt that she's right now.
Okay, so I think that's enough. Now you're getting ridiculous. Okay, all the other stuff I get, right? I get all the other stuff, but that now we're just going off the realm. But you get my point. My point is that angle makes sense to me, right? That angle makes sense to me. That's why I don't believe it is nothing to do. She had nothing about the Jay-Z thing, and Jay-Z tried to sabotage her. I believe that she is upset about the Meek Mill thing, about how JD pretty much backed Meek Mill and that whole thing. And because of that, she lost her documentary deal. See, that's one thing that I definitely know that she doesn't want to reveal. She lost the intellectual property to her documentary. And she lost that because of the old guy, Irvin. She lost that because of him. That's the reason why she got rid of him. She got rid of him because he's the one who did the deal with HBO Max. But HBO Max took the documentary deal because they thought they was getting some juicy tea about Jay-Z, Beyonce, Meek Mill. So HBO Max thought they was getting some juicy stuff. But then Meek Mill hit her with that cease and desist, and they hit HBO Max with a cease and desist. See, that's what people don't realize. So when HBO Max got hit with the cease and desist, and Nicki pretty much let them know, well, she can't put that out. They were like, well, we don't need the documentary. If you're just going to give us a documentary of just about your music life and this, and we don't get this tea, we don't need the documentary. So that's why they canceled it. But the issue is she signed over her intellectual property to HBO Max, and that went through that Irvin guy. So he kind of finessed her out of her intellectual property. See, that's what people don't want to talk about. That's why I said you got to talk to somebody like myself that is not going to be biased and say, well, I'm not going to say this. I'm only going to say good stuff about Nicki, or I'm only going to say bad stuff about Cardi. But no, I'm going to give you the real shit. All of these other YouTubers, they have never spent one day in the industry. I spent 21 years in it. So I know how this shit with intellectual properties, with the publishing, with the masters, I know how all that shit works. So if you look back, that's why she fired Irvin and has not said anything about him since. Because he caused her to lose her intellectual property to HBO Max. So now that's why if she puts a documentary out, it has to be something totally different where she cannot mention Meek Mill. Because Meek Mill is going to say, do you have any proof of this? If you don't got no proof, there wasn't no police record. She never called the cops. She don't have no police record. There was no photos of her getting beat up. She don't have none of that. So Meek Mill is like, it's my word versus your word. If you're coming on here saying that, I'm saying right now, you're lying. I never touched you. And Meek Mill's sister and mother was not going to testify or come on a video and say, yeah, he did do that, because Meek Mill is paying their bills. So that wasn't going to happen. Now, back to the lines from Drake, because I got backtracked, but it's a pod, it's content. Sometimes that happens. Jay-Z versus Drake is an interesting battle. That's two giants. Now, again, as far as a battle goes, like I really don't think that Drake, after the whole Kendrick battle, I don't think Drake would get into a record for record battle about Jay-Z. I just don't think he'd do it. He don't have enough ammunition. I mean, what's he going to say? Jay-Z's married to Beyonce, right? Drake is way younger than Jay-Z, so he ain't got no information about Jay-Z from back in the day because Jay-Z's way older. So it's not like he can get any information back in the day about Jay-Z. And all of that stuff, Nas already exposed. Right? Now, we don't know. What's he going to say? Oh, yeah, you paid people behind the scenes. Oh, you did this. Now, if he did something to Drake and Drake has some sort of proof about it, or Drake can talk about, yeah, you such and such, or hell, unless Drake effed Beyonce, which I'm pretty sure he hasn't. You know, that's the only thing you can say. Oh, yeah, I effed Beyonce, or, you know, something like that. Oh, I know somebody who effed Beyonce. Or if he got some inside tea like that, that he can expose, then I can see. Other than that, he might throw a line about Jay-Z because he knows that if Jay-Z does respond, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before he responds because Jay don't have no album coming out, right? But I said earlier, and this is an exclusive, like I said, Jay-Z's going to respond, or he plans on responding during his 3-day concerts. So mark that down in July. You got 2 months from now. 2 months from now. In July. At the Reasonable Doubt 30th anniversary. Jay-Z, during that 3-day, and I don't know which day, but he's got some lines that he's going to spit during that 30th anniversary. And everybody's going to know it's for Drake. Kind of like the same way how he did the N-Word We Made It remix at Brooklyn Day. Okay, so, and that's just, I'm sorry. If Drake lost a battle to Pusha and then lost a battle to Kendrick, you don't think he'll lose a battle to Jay-Z? Jay-Z is nicer lyrically than both of them. Jay-Z knows more, I'm sure. And if he don't, he can find out more because neither one got the money. Jay-Z can go pay any broad for information. I mean, so people want to talk about, oh yeah, you got illegitimate kids, and I mean, if he battles Jay-Z, right? The only few things he could talk about, Jay-Z's looks. Nas already did that. He can say that, oh, Jay-Z's got other kids he won't take care of. Yeah, but even if he does that, what's that going to do? Those tickets are sold already. So he can do that, and the people that show up at Drake's OVO Fest is just going to be fans of Drake. And that means they weren't fans of Jay-Z anyway. So I remember they said the same thing about Kanye. Oh, Kanye is going to schedule his date. Okay, well, that means the people that would go to Kanye's show are people who's not fans of Jay-Z anyway. It's not like people are going to say, oh, I'm going to refund my tickets and go fly to the other show. No, those tickets are sold already. So even if they do that, it's not like people are going to say, I'm going to refund my Jay-Z tickets and go fly to Toronto to see Drake instead. He could just, the only thing you can prove is, oh, he does a bigger venue and sells more tickets. Okay, well, Jay-Z only doing Madison Square Garden. You can only sell but so many tickets. So, yeah, that would be cute if he did that, but it really is not going to stop anything because his show is still sold out. The shows are still going to be sold out. So they can do that. I don't really see what it would prove though. But they can do that. Just like they said about Kanye. Okay, Kanye's going to schedule the show in another country the same day of Jay-Z shows. Okay, but what's that really going to do? That's not going to stop Jay-Z's show from going. It's not like people are going to be like, the people who bought those tickets are more likely Jay-Z fans. So if they're Jay-Z fans and they see Drake dissing Jay-Z, they're probably not fans of Drake. So even if Drake does do that, the people that show up at Drake's concerts are people that either wasn't going to Jay-Z's concert anyway, or they're fans of Drake. So if he does it, he does it. I don't really see how that affects Jay-Z either way. Because the concert's still going to go on and the tickets have already been sold. Now, it would be different if it was like, oh, the OVO show tickets are going. He's putting those tickets on sale the same day Jay-Z tickets. And in the recession you're living in, if you got to pick either or, then you can say, okay, who am I going to pick? I only got enough for one to see one show. Am I going to see Jay-Z? That could affect the ticket sale. But he didn't do that. He's just going to put on a show that day. That's not going to affect nothing. That's not going to affect nothing that Jay-Z got going on. Right? That'll just make it seem like, oh, look, he sold out. He sold out OVO Fest and 50,000 people were there. And there was only 20,000 at Jay. Well, Jay-Z's venue only holds 20,000. But that's what I heard. I heard during that 3 day, I don't know which day, maybe all 3 days. But I heard he's going to respond to Drake during that time. And he's going to respond in one line. And who else knows who else is going to get a line? Will Nicki Minaj get a bar in there? I know Dame Dash is going to get, I know Dame Dash going to get some. Dame Dash definitely going to get some. Probably Oskino, maybe. He may not even waste his time on Oskino. Like Oskino's a nobody. He may not even waste his time on Dame Dash. But Drake is big enough where he will catch a bar. He will get some bars. And like I said, the last time Jay threw bars at Drake, Drake STFU'd for a long time about Jay and put him back on his records. Because when he hit him with that N-word We Made It remix, he shut Drake up. Drake saw at that point, okay, yeah, I better leave this dude alone. The only reason why he feels confident enough to say something now is because he probably thinks that Jay-Z is really done with, what did Jay just say? Oh, I don't think battle rap has a place in the culture. So he's probably figuring Jay's not going to respond anyway. And now I can feel like I'm throwing shots at him and it can make him seem like he's scared to respond. Because he already simply came out and said, I don't think battle from the culture. What I'm looking to see, and I tweeted yesterday, what I'm looking to see is Nicki Minaj fans or Drake fans saying, oh, Jay-Z knew that Drake was taking shots at him and he don't want no smoke. That's the reason why during that interview he said he don't think battling is for the culture anymore because he knew Drake had told. Jay-Z knows everything. He knew Drake was throwing shots at him. Watch, I'm shocked I haven't read that yet. Somebody's going to say it. Probably after this, they see this video. Jay-Z is scared of Drake. He knew that Drake was going to throw. He tried to stop Drake from throwing shots at him by saying, oh, battling is not good for the culture. I think battling, I don't know whether battling should be a part of the culture anymore. So they're going to say Jay-Z said that on purpose to try to make Drake not come at him. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. So that's all I have on that. Drake and Jay-Z, Drake is a big time artist. And, if you got, of course, if you're going to say, we're going to see who sell more, of course, Drake is a streaming artist. Jay-Z is not a streaming artist. Jay-Z is a 90s, early 2000 artist. We didn't do streaming then. We sold records. We physically had people walking into the record store and buying the record. But they don't have those anymore. Right? They don't got those no more. And most of Jay-Z's fans are in their 50s now. You got some in their 40s. But most of his fans are in their 50s. And they're like, they don't give a fuck about buying those streams or anything like that. They could care less. They're like, if I can get it for free, I'm going to get it for free. I'm not going to be streaming. That's like me. I don't stream music no more. Like I stream it on YouTube or something like that. I'm not going to iTunes and buy singles and stuff. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to Spotify and paying for a Spotify account and, opening up 4 and 5 different emails and put his song on all day and all night just to make it seem like people are streaming. Man, get the hell out of here. I'm not doing that. Like I said, Prince is the last artist that I'm ever going to spend money on. Unless it's like an artist that I've never seen in concert and I can't get in with my press pass. Just like I'm going to take my daughter as long as they don't cancel the concert. My daughter, even though she wasn't born, she's a big TLC fan. So TLC comes up here, she definitely wants to see TLC. So long as if they didn't cancel their show over here, there was rumors about them canceling, but I haven't seen an official announcement. But she wants to see TLC. Now she likes En Vogue, so she would probably see En Vogue as well. Now, Drizzy Drake. Let's see. Let's see about Drizzy Drake. Doom, doom, doom. So currently, let me take a look at this article here. I'll share my screen. Share my world. Don't you leave. Share my world. Don't you leave. All right, hold on. I told you time before I love you and I need you. So let me tell you once again, you are my closest friend. I'll never leave you. So hold me tight all through the night. Caress me with your tender care. Anytime, anywhere, anytime, anywhere. All right, so Drake's Iceman aiming for #1 debut on Billboard 200 with 480 to 520K units first week via Hits Daily Double. It will mark his milestone 15th #1 album that would break Jay-Z's. that'll break Jay-Z's record. Expected to record for most #1 albums for any rapper in Billboard history. Well, that is because he will then have more albums than Jay-Z. Right? Let's see. So, 480 to 520. Now, my prediction originally was 525, between 525 and 600. 480? No. If he does 480, that would be his second to last. Won't that be his second? No, not counting So Far Gone. But that'd be like his 6th or 7th highest. Right. Views did 1 million. I think Scorpion did 800,000. Right. I think For All My Dogs did 6. So 480 to me would not be that great, especially the anticipation of this album. 525, yeah, I said between 525 and 600. It can't be in the 4s, though. Definitely can't be. All right. Now, on Scorpion, on Iceman, right? I can't play none of the joints. See what it says here. So on May 15, Drake released Iceman, Maid of Honor, and Habiti, featuring artists like Future, 21 Savage, and Sexy Red. The rollout made him Spotify. I told y'all 21 Savage was going to be on the album, and Sexy Red. The rollout made him Spotify's most streamed artist that day, with nearly 198 million combined streams, and Iceman hitting 140 million, his biggest album debut since 2021. Lead single Make 'Em Cry set a hip-hop record at 13.2 million streams, topping Kendrick Lamar's track, while the first week forecast points to Drake claiming his 15th Billboard 200 #1, breaking Jay-Z's record. I think Jay-Z has 14 because Jay-Z only got 14 albums. Okay? So this is what they're saying. On pace to move a combined 705 to 785, with Maid of Honor only doing 115 to 135, and Habiti doing 110 to 130, which I don't understand if everybody listened to all 3 albums. But I guess because Iceman is the one that got all the raps on it, right? So that's why Iceman is going to be more popular and streamed more, because it has all the rap on it, right? I'm going to break his record because he has... Now, and I'll get to Brian Zulisk and what's his name? Isaac Hayes Jr. and their debate about Drake, right? So let me find the track list. Wait. Iceman track list. The 3 track list. Now, doom, doom, doom. Billboard ranked all 18 all 18 songs on Iceman. I'm going to see what I agree with. Now, of course, I love to make them cry. I love Whisper in My Ear. Let's see. What I Missed was the lead single for Iceman episode. 15 Little Birdie. Burning Bridges. Shebang. Whisper My Name. I liked Whisper My Name. Whisper My Name is face scrunch worthy simply because of the beat, and then you get to the lyrics where things get crazier. There, Drake unapologetically calls all his non-fans, whether they have always hated on him or just really switched up. His flow is particularly impressive here, and the singing on the chorus is just enough. Janice STFU, they got down as 11. Dust is 10. Plot Twist is 9. Firm Friends is 8. Make 'Em Know is 7. Too Hard for the Radio 6. I like Too Hard for the Radio a lot. Make Them Cry, they have down as 5. Make Them Pay is 4. National Treasures is 3. Run to Atlanta featuring Future and Molly Santana. I didn't like that. And one, Make Them Remember. So Make Them Remember was the joint I liked as well. I think Make Them Remember is first to me. And then I liked Too Hard for the Radio. I like. And then we got Make Them Cry. I like that as well. Make Them Pay. So those are like my standouts. And I liked Whisper in My Ear. I like that. You know what I mean? I like Whisper in My Ear. What's up, Ashley? For All My Dogs didn't do 600. How long you been on, Heaven? Oh, Journey, I've been on. Damn, bro. 2 hours and 39 minutes, my G. All right. Didn't do 600. Okay, so let's see what all my dogs did. Hold on. All right. So here is Drake's. So let's just say this album did 515. Views 1,000,004. Scorpion, I said 800K is 732. Nothing with the Same, 658. Take Care, 631. Certified Lover Boy. Okay, Certified Lover Boy is the one that did 600. Certified Lover Boy was 603. If you're reading this, 535. More Life, 505. Thank Me Later, 407. Okay, so For All the Dogs was 402. So that's one of his lowest. So if this album does, let's just say it does 485, the low end. I don't think it's gonna do 485. Let's say it does 500K. You'll be looking at his 8th best. His 8th best. Is his 8th best going to be a little underwhelming for an album that was everybody was waiting on? This is his comeback. This is going to be showing everybody that Kendrick Lamar did not end his career, and he comes back and it's only his 8th best. I'll tell you, Journey of Rick, I said 600. If anybody can do 600 in this climate, it's Drake. Because what we're realizing about Drake is that everybody that was capping and lying during this Kendrick battle saying, oh, I never fucked with Drake. A lot of them niggas was capping. Because I see more people who hating on Drake who sat there and couldn't wait until 9:45, 12 o'clock. So a lot of people that was lying saying they don't mess with Drake and they're not going to listen and they're not going to buy it. It's all about Kendrick. Well, what did Kendrick GNX do? Let me see. Hold on. Dark Lane 223 and Honestly Nevermind 204. So Honestly Nevermind is his least amount. On Meek C Song for You with Party did 246. What a Time to Be Alive did 375. For All the Dogs at 402. Her Loss with Savage at 404. Thank Me Later 447. So For All the Dogs to be released in 2023, that's when the numbers thing started hitting. The numbers thing started hitting that pretty bad. It would look worse if it was lower for Week than his last. Yes, it definitely would. It definitely would. It definitely would. But I definitely don't think it's going to be lower than his last album. But I do believe that with him coming back from this battle and as much promo that he's done for this album, right? I would expect it to do at least 5. At least. Now I know that the times are different, the climate is different. But I expect him to do 5 at least. And that would still be impressive, because what did so in a battle, right? In the middle of a battle, with all the momentum, with Not Like Us, with the Super Bowl coming up, with all this, everybody turning on Drake, with all the hype, and the A minor and all this other stuff, Kendrick Lamar did 319,000 units. Even with all of that backing him, he did 319,000 units. Man, if y'all don't get out of my face with he saved hip hop, 319,000 units. Exactly, Sal. I agree. I agree. I'll be a little disappointed if it didn't do 5 at least. He's been promoing. He started the promo at 9:45. All the videos on there, all the prior videos on that other Iceman last year. You know, what did I He got to do 5 at least, because if he don't, yeah, that's why Darius, 319K really for the so-called biggest song ever. That's how you would say, listen, I thought that song was the biggest streaming single ever in history. How you only sell 319K first week? There's something wrong. The math ain't mathing. When you start listening to stuff like that, you kind of start believing that maybe Drake was on to something. Maybe them niggas was botting something. Maybe they was botting something, because how with that big old single that this nigga did this single at the Super Bowl, and they're supposed to break this record, break that record, break every single record in the world. 319K? Really? Really? Not even as much as 319K. Let me tell you where that would be if that was Drake, right? Everybody was going off. Oh, Kendrick Lamar, right? So, to put it into perspective, right? Clip this. To put it into perspective, GNX, right? GNX is Kendrick Lamar's second biggest first week numbers. His second biggest. He did 603 a damn. He did 295, missed him around the big steppers. 242. Wait a minute, where's Two Pimp a Butterfly? They don't have that on here. No, it would have to be third, because they don't have Two Pimp a Butterfly on here. Two Pimp a Butterfly was definitely on here. So it would be his third, because I think Two Pimp a Butterfly did more than that. Why don't they have Two Pimp a Butterfly on here? Wait a minute. They forgot that. 324. Okay, so that was his third biggest. That was his third biggest. Right? If Drake, that was his third biggest. If Drake dropped GNX, look. If Drake dropped GNX, you know where it would be on Drake's list? GNX would be Drake's 12th. It would be Drake's 12th biggest album. Let that sink in for a minute. This is the guy that y'all, I'm not saying y'all, I don't mean y'all in particularly, but the rest of the world, the Kendrick fans and the Drake haters, this is the guy that y'all wanted us to believe was the new king of hip-hop. He's who saved hip-hop. He saved the culture. He was the one that was going to make hip-hop go in a different direction. These are all the things I heard. And I kept them in my mental Rolodex because I wanted to bring them back up to y'all. He saved hip-hop. He saved the world from Drake. He cleansed the world of bullshit rap. All of these things. He did all of these things. 313,000 units? Really? I would think he would have sold 1 million the way y'all was carrying on. 800,000. If he saved hip-hop, and the whole culture should have got behind him. 313,000 units. And probably 50% of that was probably botted. What Drake song you think will go number one on Billboard? I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be Make 'Em Cry. I think it's going to be Make 'Em Cry. If not Make 'Em Cry, I think people will make either Whisper in My Ear or something for the radio, Too Hard for the Radio, and they will do that out of spite for Kendrick Lamar's song and say Drake can make a West Coast song and he ain't even from the West Coast. Let me show you how I do this, little boy. Let me show you how I do this, little nigga. Let me show you how I do this, little boy. I think people, out of spite, to be petty, is going to make that song go number one. If not Make 'Em Cry or Whisper in My Ear, I like Free. Free is my favorite song on the album. That's because he sampled the great Denise Williams. And I want to be free. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Free. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Free. Dun-dun-dun-dun. And I just got to be me. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Me. She killed that. The great Denise Williams. Whispering, my magic potion for love. That was my shit. Oh, I want make a deep for a while. Then why I do be that was the shit. You saw the interview with King's cousin alluding to Kendrick's surprise dropping again soon. Uh-oh. So Sal, they say that Kendrick gonna drop again. I think if I'm Kendrick Lamar, I don't know if I want that right now. I don't know. I don't know if I want Kendrick Lamar dropping right now in the midst of all this. Now, what I would be interested in is a Kendrick and Jay-Z record. Can you imagine? Can you imagine Jay come back. Kenny and Mustard in the studio. Oh shit! Can you imagine if that record with Kendrick got Jigga on it? You know, Jay was recently in the studio with Pharrell, and he dissed Pharrell on the album too. Can you imagine Jay-Z, Pharrell, and Kendrick in the studio with an axe to grind? Because he was definitely in the studio with Pharrell. What's up, Mimi? He was definitely in the studio with Pharrell. So that's going to be interesting to see if Kendrick really is coming up, dropping something. I wouldn't. Not right now, I wouldn't, but hell, we'll see. Maybe Kendrick don't give a F. Now, I want to get into this line that everybody seems to be split on. Oh no, before I get into that, I got to get into Cherokee. Now, listen. Cherokee the ass, right? I've worked with Cherokee the ass. I've worked with Cherokee the ass. I've also worked with Sky Black. Those are the two girls that Drake mentioned on his album. They are legendary porn stars, right? I've worked with both of them. So, hold on. Drake said, shout out to Cherokee and Sky Black, right? They came through for his birthday and right? Hold on. Is this the one? Is this? She couldn't have deleted it. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Especially with all those things she was getting. Maybe this is not her profile. No. This ain't her profile. This ain't her profile. This ain't her profile. Hold on. That's her profile. Right? Yeah. Yeah, that's her profile. So, is that audio. I'm trying to get to the tweet. She's trying to bury that tweet, but no, sis. You ain't burying nothing. Okay? Trying to bury. Wait a minute. Where's the replies? Where's your replies, sis? It was, she had it pinned at first. She had it pinned. So I don't know whether she took it away because she was getting ate up in them comments. Now, of course, she had some people who was rocking with her, right? But remember, on his album, he said, I think it was on Free. It was either on Free or Let Them Know, whatever the case may be. He shouted out Cherokee and Sky Black for coming through during his birthday, right? So it looks like she has deleted that tweet. But what she did say, hold on, because it was up here before. Looks like she deleted that tweet, unless she just unpinned it. Let me see. Let me see. He just said, dedication to Cherokee and Sky Black because they were at my birthday when I was looking for Busty Ebony. Busty Ebony. This is Cherokee the Ass. Now, anybody who's ever watched black porn knows who Cherokee the Ass is. Right? And especially men who's watched black porn. If you don't know who Cherokee the Ass is, then I don't know what to tell you about. Oh, so it's still up. All right, so check this out. It's still up. So Cherokee replied back, rapping about shit that happened over 20 years ago. LOL. Right? And people got on her ass. Now, when Drake dropped, I'll get to my tweet, my response in a minute. When Drake dropped this, right? He never said when it happened. He also never said that he smashed. Now, since they're porn stars, of course, people are gonna speculate that he smashed. But there was porn stars at Chris Brown's welcome home party that he didn't smash. So he just said they came through to my birthday. He never said he smacked, and he never said when it was. But then she comes out in her feelings and says, rapping about shit that happened over 20 years ago. Well, first of all, sis, you're putting yourself in a pickle because if it was over 20 years ago, Drake is what, 39? So 20 years ago, he'd be 19. Over 20 years ago, if it was 21 years, he'd have been 18. And if it was older than that, that means he was underage. And you was fucking a child. So by you trying to clown Drake, you pretty much just opened up a can of worms for, wait a minute, over 20 years ago? How much over 20 years ago? You see what I'm saying? How much over 20 years ago? If it was 23 years ago, you was 30 and he was 18. If it was 24 years ago, you was 29 and he was 17. So you really didn't even have to let everybody know when it was. He didn't. Drake never told anybody when it was. But you want to come out and say, oh, I guess you don't want to expose that you was effing for money, which everybody knows anyway. You're a porn star. And what are porn stars in 2026 doing? OnlyFans or escorting. Because there's no such thing as porn movies anymore. So if you don't have any other talent and you're still in the sex game, in the sex business, you have to make your money somehow. Now, the other thing I want to bring up is, so she tweeted that, right? 954,000 views. That's almost 1 million views on that tweet. Cherokee don't have no tweet that's even close to that. You're talking almost 1 million views in a matter of a day and a half. What are you so upset about? Why did you feel as though that was a diss? And the funny thing is, here's the funny thing. Somebody tweeted, one thing Drake gonna do is show respect to the real porn stars. And she reposted that. She retweeted that. So if it bothered you that he said it, why did you retweet another person saying, one thing Drake gonna do is show respect to the real porn stars? He shouted out Cherokee and Sky Black. So Cherokee, if that bothered you, why did you repost that? What that person said. And again, she's verified. That means she gets paid for engagement. Because I'm sure she has over 500 verified followers. I'm sure. She's got close to 500,000 followers. So I'm sure she has over 500, whatever. So that means you're getting paid for your engagement. So on this view here, you have 954,000 views. I'm sure just because Drake mentioned you in that song, I'm sure you have probably gotten 100,000 new followers. If you count Twitter and Instagram, I'm sure you've gotten 100,000 new followers. You've probably gotten followers who did not know who you were. Younger people who only know OnlyFans girls. They only know Destiny Cream or Jasmine, what's her name? Throatatron. Jasmine, whatever. Who's the girl that's called Throatatron, the throat goat? Or Suck Dick Sunday, Sapphire. The young guys probably only know them. You know, the dudes that are 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, like 24, they don't know Cherokee the Ass. They don't know Sky Black. So when Drake mentioned them on your record, you also now got a young crowd checking you out and probably following you. And you're mad about that? You're mad about that? Right. Right. Now content creators want to work with her because Drake mentioned her. You're going to have people saying, hey, can you come? Watch Vlad. Watch Vlad pay her to come on the podcast and tell about the people are now going to want to pay her the art of dialogue. They're going to want to pay her now to come on the podcast and tell about what happened when she met Drake. And you're mad about that? People are so weird. Like you're mad that the biggest rapper in the world shouted you out for coming out to his birthday party. That could have been this year. That could have been last year. That could have been the year before that. That could have been within the last 2-3 years. Only you are the one who came and said, rapping about something that happened over 20 years ago. So the hell what? Did it happen? It don't matter whether it happened 20 years ago or 20 minutes ago. It happened, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, any of these girls would die for a mention from Drake. Taz Angels. I bet you they ain't complaining. Taz Angels is now getting hit up again. He done found the people gonna dust their casket off now. I thought we was done with them. The other girls, Intrusive Thoughts. I just did a video about Intrusive Thoughts not long ago. People are now going to be hitting you. I seen the girl from Intrusive Thoughts already shouting Drake out. Now Intrusive Thoughts if people are going to now hit them up. People that hit them up before. I know they got more followers now. Because he said something about we were looking at Intrusive Thoughts. But what happened to Taz Angels? Now people are going back and digging up Taz Angels' grave now. Do you get a Drake cosign and you're complaining? You didn't see Taz Angels saying, oh, what do you mean? What happened to Taz Angels? We still around. You trying to say we washed? Oh, so they eating that right up. They eating it right up. For the people who don't know who Taz Angels is, go Google them. They were like the first content creators and female content creators, like how these OnlyFans girls be all in content houses. Taz Angels was doing that in the early 2000s. And they were mostly women of color. There was some white girls in there, but it was mostly women of color. Kat said, yo. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can find this video. Hold on. Oh my God. Nobody probably made a YouTube video of it. Let me see if I can Google it. Hold on. I want to find this video of Taz Angels in case nobody ever saw who they were. Let me see. Okay. I can't find it right now. But it's like my favorite video in the world. It's my favorite video. Anyway. Anyway. So, yeah. Cherokee, sis, I don't know what is your issue, but I don't think that's something you need to be mad at. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's something you need to be mad at, to be honest with you. Because you sure enough don't see Sky Black complaining. Sky Black's probably like, damn, it's 2026. We washed up. Yeah. These OnlyFans girls, you hear porn stars complain about it all the time. Here's intrusive thoughts right here. They're going to start getting everybody. They're going to start getting everybody coming at them now. Because Drake mentioned them. Hold on. Let me look at something here, y'all. Hold on. Anyway. So I just want to talk about that. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on. I got to go to the bathroom. Hold on a minute. When you go to the bathroom, I'm going to let y'all see intrusive thoughts. They're going to be the one. Now, he mentioned them as well. He mentioned intrusive thoughts, and I guarantee you, intrusive thoughts will not complain that Drake mentioned them. Guarantee you they won't. No, this ain't it. Well, let me take a break. Hold on 1 second. Should be something here where I can take a break. Hold on. Y'all watch this. I got to pee.
Chastity, the social media influencer and rockstar killer. Maria, from Miami. And Lucy, aspiring actress. Sydney, hip-hop lover and writer, so I'm told.
Alright, y'all give me 1 second.
Mackenzie. Well, hello, ladies. I'm Bella.
Come on, man. This thing should come on. Man, come on.
Chastity, the social media influencer and rockstar killer. Maria, from Miami. And Lucy, aspiring actress. Sydney, hip-hop lover and writer, so I'm told. And my quiet one, Mackenzie. Well, hello, ladies. I'm Bella.
I have a question for everyone. Why do you think rich men cheat?
Control.
I'm going home.
Don't go.
Attention.
You bring the total package to the table. You just need the right friends.
Are you my friend?
No, but you can be mine.
And power.
I stuck my neck out for you.
Thank you!
And I pulled the strings to get you onto this show.
Take all three away, and he becomes desperate.
So what's with the apples?
Well, it represents knowledge, wisdom, beauty, and power. Here, you will learn how to gain ownership of all.
I'm gonna send you the money for the ticket, and I already have your room set up at the Palms.
You do that, babe. Because once you have possession of the apple, no man alive will have power over you.
You make it sound so easy.
Oh, it's not easy.
Brett, look, I'm sorry.
Save it! Save it!
I get no auditions.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
I get no callbacks.
I really need to get upstairs. They stole all my money.
I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you're no better than the rest of us.
Right now they have a do not disturb until this afternoon. If they call you, great.
How is he gonna call me if he doesn't?
If not, charge it to the game.
Make no mistake, ladies.
In order to succeed in this game, you must be willing to play it out till the very end.
This business is all types of savage. What are you doing?
But if you follow my blueprint, I guarantee you will become a millionaire within the next 3 years. Possibly way earlier. So, are you ready to take that step?
Another day, another dollar. Ain't about money, don't you holler. 100 miles and racing, and that money conversation been my only only motivation, yeah.
On either Tubi, Amazon, or we opened up this new app called Keels, but that's what it's on, right? So definitely go check that out. It's on Tubi. It's on Amazon, and you can hear me, Coco Monroe. Everybody can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat because this thing is starting to trip again. Boom. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, y'all can hear me. Was y'all able to see that trailer without any problem? Coco Monroe. All right. So let's go into this Cardi B thing. That's going to be our last topic of the night. Cherokee, you're bugging. That's all I have to say. So we'll go into the line, and I'm going to be totally honest with y'all. I'm going to be totally honest with y'all. When I first heard the line, I thought to myself, and I'm going to let Darius explain his part on it, but when I first heard the line, I thought it was like compliment type thing, right? But the more and more I went on, I see people saying, oh, he dissed Cardi B. Some people were saying he dissed Nicki Minaj by mentioning Cardi B. And then there was some people, some body gang saying, oh yeah, we appreciate the shout out, but keep our name out, keep our girl's name out your mouth. You trying to set her up with that lady for whatever. Now, me at first, I never thought none of it. Right? I never thought none of it. And I've always known Drake to mess with Cardi B, right? Drake and Cardi B's been cool. He's cool with Offset. They've even done records together in the past, but the records just never came out. I had a conversation with Cardi B about Drake years ago, and I was like, are those Drake records ever coming out? She said, I hope so. So Cardi B has done records with Drake, but they never came out. So he's always had no issue with Cardi B. Now, where the issue would probably come in at is he probably didn't do those records because of his relationship with Nicki Minaj. Because remember, somebody said, "Oh, when he brought her out, he did bring Cardi B out." But you have to remember that was during the time when her and Nicki Minaj had not full blown got into that beef. But he did bring her out again when they were in the beef. So let me see something here. So if y'all remember, hold on. Let me bring this out for everybody who don't remember. Hold on. Now, this is 2019. This is after the beef. Because when was that fight? When was that fight? Hold on. When did Nicki Minaj and Cardi B get into that altercation? So that was 2018. All right. 2018. When they got into the argument, when they got into the fight at the fashion show. So this is already after that fight. So he already knew that Nicki Minaj did not like Cardi B. Right? He already knew that. They was already at odds. Yet, here's 2019. Hold on. 2019.
And greatness and joy.
So in 2019, after they had already fought, he bought her out on OVO. Now, before that, when her and Nicki Minaj was still on okay terms, right? When they were still on okay terms, I believe this was 2017. Nicki Minaj was also there, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe he asked Nicki Minaj was it okay if he bought her out? I can't find that one. Hold on. He bought her out twice. Because the first time he bought her out, Nicki Minaj was actually there. Okay? Nicki Minaj is actually there. Here she is. Thank you, Drake, for bringing me out of OVO Fest. Shit was lit. You see, I would do a cardio fest in the Bronx, but you can't even behave in Biddy Island. Right. She performed 2017. That's what I thought. Right? So 2017 is when she first came on the scene, and her and Nicki Minaj was still okay. Right? Well, we're gonna figure that out. We're gonna figure that out, Mimi. We're gonna figure that out. At first, it seems like the line is about listening to both. Then after several listens, it may be a slight diss towards Cardi. A lot of Drake fans are saying the same thing. Who knows? Now, my point in being is Drake has never shaded Cardi in the past. Right? He's never shaded Cardi in the past. Now, is it now her new alliance with Jay and she's no longer with Offset? Because remember, he was real close with Offset, but she's no longer with Offset. So if he was shading Cardi B, why now? You know what I'm saying? Like, why now? You can't say it's because of Nicki Minaj, because right after the fight, he brought her out on stage. And if Nicki Minaj was ever going to be mad at him, it was going to be then. Right? So the only thing I'm thinking is it the alliance with Jay, which is not really an alliance. It was just that she redid his song. I mean, I wouldn't call that an alliance. And yeah, she was at Rock Nation. I think she did like an interview or something like that at Rock Nation, or she was doing promo at Rock Nation. She was using their studios. But Cardi B has never publicly shaded Drake. Never. We've had conversations in DM about Drake. And the only thing she's ever said was, I sure hope. And she was like, you know, if my money is right enough, then those records will come out. But he's expensive. That's what she said. He's expensive. But those records, I think they had 2 records together. And she just said, I sure hope so. I said, so are we ever going to hear them Drake Cardi records? She just said, I sure hope so. That was her response back to me. So she's never publicly dissed Drake. So the only thing that I could see is, 1, she's close to Megan. 2, her alliance with Jay-Z. That's the only thing I can see. It's definitely not because of Nicki Minaj. Because if he was ever going to take Nicki Minaj's side, it was going to be after that fight. And he's been following Cardi B this whole time. Now, I know the following me, people were trying to bring that up. But hell, Drake was still following Meek Mill, and they was in the middle of a beef. So the following means nothing. Drake follows his ops. Right? So let's go to the very first post. Let me go to the posts that have the most views, right? Let's go to the post that got the most views. Drake mentions Cardi B in his new album. He's drunk. He just played Nicki, then some Cardi. I'm sorry. Academics reacts to Drake name dropping Nicki Minaj and Cardi on Iceman. So what was Academics' response? Did he say, oh, that's a diss? Like, I can't play it because they're going to ding me for it. And I've already gotten a warning. Like, he's so drunk he just played Nicki, then Cardi. I'm sorry. So I can't play it, son. I definitely can't play it. I'm going to get in trouble. Let's see what I wonder, does Grok think it's a diss? Now, people were saying that he was referencing, remember this event that Cardi B was out at and the DJ said Nicki Minaj in the house? Can you borrow the what?
The tape.
See if there's a drink thing, like or water with the stuff that you put in the water.
I don't think Mommy got the wrong thing.
Why not?
I think she may have forgot.
See if there's a soda in there. They're probably not. I think only bought up 2.
Let me go check.
Marla says, I know she's pissed that he put her in the same sentence. See, Sal's with me. Sal's like, look and see if is there a bag there that I put in or no? Spring me a water then. If you guys,
You have that there, or is that empty?
These are empty. But bring me a water then. You didn't bring the stuff. Didn't buy the stuff to put in the water. I said buy that. Now, see, Sal's with me. Sal, I'll be right. I'll be right, Sal. Sal's like, you know what? This ninja might be right. I've come up with some good points tonight, so that's the only thing I could think, because she's never had a problem with Drake, and Drake has never seemed to have a problem with Cardi B. And he was cool with Offset, and he's always been cool with Cardi B. What's taking you so long to get a water? And also, 50 Cent also has a relationship, is cool with Cardi B. 50 Cent is cool with Cardi B. I think I've noticed that Nicki Minaj, she doesn't seem to get mad at the men. She don't seem to get mad at the men that mess with Cardi B. She only seems to get mad at the girls. Eminem name dropped Cardi B. She didn't unfollow Eminem and start dissing Eminem. 50 Cent said, oh, he loves Cardi B's come-up story. She's got the best come-up story. She never dissed 50 Cent. And she's never dissed Drake for fucking with Cardi B. So I realize that it's just the women. It seems to only be the women. Don't you notice that? That's strange, right? Did you notice that? Eminem says he loves Cardi B. And she didn't get mad at Eminem. She didn't get mad at 50 Cent when 50 Cent said, I think Cardi B has the best come-up story in hip-hop. Strange. It only seems to be the women that she gets mad at when they F with Cardi. Weird. So the line was he gets drunk and played Nicki and some Cardi, right? Let me ask Grok. Let's see what Grok says. Because unless Drake comes out and clears it up himself, of course the Cardi B fans are going to say no. And of course the Nicki Minaj fans are going to say no. Not a threat to taking her place. Oh, okay, I got you. But she says them other girls ain't a threat either, Marla, but so Grok says no. Drake didn't diss Cardi B on his new album. He dropped 3 albums on May 15, 2026. Iceman, the main one getting attention. Habiti and Made of Honor. The viral line everyone's talking about is from the track Don't Worry. Here's the exact lyric confirmed across lyric sites like Genius. Candy pink paint job. She pull up like a Barbie. He's so drunk. Ref 1, he's so drunk. He just played Nicki, then some Cardi. I'm sorry. Candy pink paint job. She pull up like a Barbie. He's so drunk he just played Nicki, then some Cardi. What Drake meant by the line. This is what Grok says now. Don't get mad at me. This is what Grok says. Grok says it's not a diss. You hear that? All the Barbs and all the Cardi fans that are mad at Drake. It's lighthearted poking fun at the long-running Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B feud, which has been going on for nearly a decade. Drake, who's tight with Nicki through Young Money, is describing a casual, messy party scene. Some drunk guy, probably Ref 1, one of his crew or random, is DJing or playing music and switches from Nicki to Cardi without thinking. The I'm sorry is tongue-in-cheek, like, oops, my bad, for mixing the two rival songs back to back. It's basically Drake saying these two are such big rivals that even throwing on their track in the same set is awkward, funny. The line treats both as top-tier female rappers. Barbie references nods to their flashy, iconic styles, but highlights how their beats make blending from whoops. I'm over now. The Barbie reference is Nicki. I'm sorry. That's wrong. Some Cardi fans got mad online and calling it shade, interpreting the I'm sorry as low-key preferring Nicki or apologizing for Cardi. A few Nicki fans were also pressed that Drake even mentioned her rival at all. But media coverage and most breakdowns frame it as a neutral, funny commentary on a feud, not an attack on Cardi herself. Drake has collaborated with or shown love to both artists in the past, so this feels more like him staying above the drama. While acknowledging it exists, no other lines on the album target Cardi. If anything, it's the most chill reference possible to one of rap's messiest rivals. There you go. I'm going with what Grok says. I'm going with what Grok says. How about y'all? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he dissed Cardi. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it wasn't a diss. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he dissed Cardi. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it wasn't a diss. I'm putting a 2. I'm putting a 2. I say it wasn't a diss. What says y'all? Crimson says no. Charles says no. Mimi, what says you? You're a Cardi fan. Mimi, what you think? You already said you didn't think it was. So Mimi says no. What about you, Marla? Marla, what you think, Marla? Marla thinks it was. Marla disagrees. Marla funny. Fine and messy. That's Marla. Where's my tech wifey? What does she think? Sal also thinks it's a diss. So 3 says no diss. Sal and Marla thinks it's a diss. Where's Darius? Mimi says she's confused. Mimi, you said you didn't think it was a diss. Don't change now. You was on my side. Yeah. Mimi, don't change up now. I'm gonna swallow my pride. There's only stop pointing fingers. The blame is on me. And I wanna do right. I want it with you. Do the thing. Don't ever let it go. I don't know. It's different stuff. I would slight shade Drake Petty. Okay, so Darius, earlier, my moderator Darius said he thinks he dissed Cardi, and you said you had a theory, so I want to hear it. So do you want to just type it, or do you want me to send you the link, drop the link, and you say it? It's like that Stallion line from a few albums ago. Drake's subs are so slick, you really don't know. But the thing about the Megan line was he had a history of not liking Megan. Now, I know he bought Megan out one time at OVO, but they had a fallout after that. He stopped following Megan. She stopped following when he thought that Drake thought that him and Megan was going to get it popping. I already got that story from G. He thought that during that OVO that him and Megan was going to get it popping. But then Megan was like, the next day, she posted, remember he had pictures with Megan together. They was all hugged up in one of them like black and white type pictures. I don't know whether it was it was somewhere at somebody's birthday or whatever. And then the next day, he thought something was going to happen. The next day, she posted pictures with Moneybagg Yo. And then he unfollowed Megan. So I could see the shade with Megan could have something to do with the back and forth with Nicki and Cardi back in September. I don't think so. I don't think so, because if he bought Cardi out for the OVO Fest after she was about to physically get at Nicki, they were both going at each other's kids in September. So I don't know why he would say, oh, I'm going to diss Cardi B. I just don't think so. I don't think he gets in their beef, because Cardi B, he's never done it before. That's my point. Like, they've been beefing since what, 2018? It's now 2026. He's never, ever, ever before said anything to Cardi about Cardi. And then if this happened in September, I think he would have said something by now. You know what I mean? He would have said something by now if he had an issue with Cardi B over that. Now, like I said, I'm going with if he has an issue with her now, or if he's throwing shade at her now, I'm going with one or two factors. The Offset thing, she's no longer with Offset. And she's kind of linked with Jay-Z. That's the only thing I could think of. If he shaded Cardi B, I'm going with that. Because she now seems to be linked with Jay. She wasn't linked with Jay before. She's always been down. She's always like Megan. He had her and Megan together at the OBO Fest. But him and Megan had been on the same page at the same time for a long time. Even before the whole Tory thing. Him and Megan, a lot of people think, oh, it happened then. But him and Megan had already fell out. Let me try to find that thing. Hold on. Let me try to find that thing, man. A lot of people think, oh, we found... No. Hold on. So, let me see something here. No, he unfollowed her before. He unfollowed her before that. Hold on. Hold on. So, hold on. I'm trying to find this because everybody posted, oh, he unfollowed in 2022 after the Tory Lanez thing. No. No, that these people don't be tapped in like me. No. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Hold on. So, yes. Yeah. Thank you, Marla. I knew I did something. Hold on a minute. I don't think it's when if they're beefing to see. You see how he treats Lotto, knowing she doesn't like Nicki. Right. That's what I'm saying. Mimi. I don't think he does it. He was still, and she never got mad at Drake for Drake. Now that time when Nicki said, remember she made a comment and everybody thought she was talking to Drake after he did the thing with Lotto, and she made some comment like, "Oh, you and your something are clowns," or something like that. She made a comment on a record, and she said, you and something, you and your light-skinned brother, or you and your something. Y'all remember that? Well, on new album, he has a lyric telling Sexy Red to handle any girl that disses him. It's a song on High Five. Yeah, so any girl that disses Drake, and who's the only girl that really dissed Drake? Megan. And we all know that Sexy Red don't mess with Megan. Right? Oh, yeah, my members only video. No, but Mimi, Drake did something with Lotto, right? He did a video or something with Lotto. Nicki Minaj then put out either in a song or a tweet something like, y'all two ninjas are clowns, or something along those lines, and people thought he was talking about him and 21 Savage. Does anybody remember that other than me? It was something. Everybody said that she was talking about Drake and 21 Savage because Drake did that cowboy video or whatever, and he put Lotto in it. And right after that, I think she put out a tweet, or it may have been a record. I don't know what it was. But she made reference to him, like two men, two lover boys, or two something. And then everybody thought it was her saying that about Drake because he put a video out with Lotto. Come on, y'all, wake up. Y'all swear, y'all in here, some of y'all in here swear you Nicki Minaj fans, and then when I start talking about stuff that y'all should know, y'all go mute. Well, Mimi, you're not a Nicki fan, so I don't expect you to remember. But I got some Nicki Minaj fans in here. What the hell's going on with y'all? Okay, so she put a tweet out, but Darius remembers what I'm talking about. But people were thinking, right? Darius, you do remember, people were thinking that she was referring to Drake for Drake putting out that promo video with Lotto. Remember? There was some Bob saying, "Oh, she caught on to Drake. Oh, he's so disloyal. Oh, every time all he does is betray Nicki and this, that, and the third." They were saying that it was her clocking Drake for putting Lotto in that video. All right. Sheesh. Thank you, Darius. My God, y'all make it seem like I'm going crazy. But if this was Armand Wigworm bringing it up, y'all be, oh, yep. If this was Armand Wigworm, y'all would be right there. Oh, yeah, I remember. Let's see. I can't play my members only video on here. But that's the real beef. It have nothing. Everybody up here. See, Google don't know nothing. Oh, no, it's in 2022 about Circle Local. No, it does not. It happened before then. Wait a minute. Hold on. So look at this. Look at this. Okay? Revolt. Let me see if Revolt said something. Y'all bugging. So right here, right here. This was 2019. Okay, this is where he first unfollowed her. Not 2022. 2019. It was like Drake and Megan Thee Stallion recently hung out in Las Vegas and left fans wondering what the two MCs have up their sleeve. On Friday, May 3rd, Megan posted a photo of the two cozied up together and another photo of Drizzy hanging out with a group of her friends. While the photo seemingly innocent could have been taken on "You So Lame," she wrote. In response, meanwhile, other fans have speculated that the Toronto native will likely appear on the remix of Megan's bigger hit "Big Ol' Freak." The song made it to Billboard 100 debut last month, garnered over 6 million views. We made it on Billboard. Look, I don't have an album out yet. This is my first entry ever. I just want to tell y'all I'm not effing stopping. Yeah, so, and these were these videos. Hold on. Y'all always want to act like y'all don't know nothing. And anyway, they hung it out, hung it out. Straight following everybody. Team it up. Yeah, so there's videos of them hugging it up in Vegas. I'll probably put that video. I'll probably put that video up on the Patreon. Bree unfollowed Megan around that time. Yeah. Yep. The blind item been saying Lotto. Hold on. The blind items have been saying that Lotto plans to reconcile with Nicki. Very interesting that she just announced her retirement album. Actually, Rihanna doesn't have a problem with Megan. Well, Mimi, she sure enough unfollowed Megan and never followed her back. So if she don't got a problem with Megan, why did she unfollow Megan and never follow her back? She knew that she unfollowed her because there was right after her Fenty deal ended, she unfollowed. Matter of fact, her, Drake, and all of them unfollowed her at the same time. So if she does not, she used to show Megan love. Remember when she followed Megan? She went and followed Megan. She had Megan in Fenty, and she was used to interact with Megan. But then out of nowhere, when Megan's Fenty deal ended, Rihanna unfollowed her, and she's never mentioned her again. She's never mentioned her again. And when they were at an event recently together, A$AP Rocky took pictures with Megan, but Rihanna did not. So if she don't have a problem with her, why was she always referencing Megan in the past? Then she unfollows Megan the same time around Drake unfollowed in 2022. She saw articles saying she unfollowed Megan, and she never ever said, no, that's not it. No, there's no problem. And she never followed her back. So, I don't know. These things are a lot of times these things are pretty self-explanatory. Right? Because when Megan, the thing about the cave, like, at first, remember, Rihanna used to be supportive because remember, she fired that girl. She fired Drea and I believe Ari for making jokes about Megan. Y'all remember she fired Drea and I believe Ari lost her Fenty deal because she was making jokes. That's when Megan was still under Fenty. Then out of nowhere, Megan's deal with Fenty ended. Megan's deal with Fenty ended. Yeah, I remember the rumor about Megan and A$AP. I don't think that was true because, like I said, she was friends with Megan first, but she unfollowed Megan, and then the rumor came out that A$AP slept with Megan, which I don't know if that's true or not. But then they were saying, oh, everybody unfollow Megan at the same time because they all know about Tory. They all know the secret that Tory didn't shoot her and she's putting Tory in jail. And that's what Joe Budden said. Oh, because everybody saw the tape. There's a tape going around. Everybody saw the tape. I know people who saw the tape. Everybody in Hollywood know what that girl did. That girl's lying and everybody know it. There's a reason why everybody unfollowed her at the same time. While that was happening, there was a rumor out that A$AP messed with Megan. But I don't think that's true because within the last 2 years, they took pictures together. And if he slept with Megan, there's no way Rihanna would allow him to take pictures with Megan. Just the same way she don't allow him near Kendall Jenner. She don't allow A$AP nowhere near Kendall. Because the rumor says that A$AP took Kendall's virginity. That's the rumor. The rumor is that Kendall's first time doing it was A$AP. And that's the reason why you don't see A$AP messing with Kendall no more. Like when they go to modeling, if they're out at an event and Kendall's modeling, Rihanna throw her nose up in the air. She hates Kendall. She hates Kendall. Rihanna don't really mess with the Kardashians anyway, but she really don't mess with Kendall. Yeah, I'm telling you. Rihanna, let me see. Rihanna, hold on. Rihanna, hold on. I'm asking Grok. I'm not messing with Google. Google don't know shit. Wait a minute. Why did Rihanna unfollow Megan Thee Stallion? And what was the rumor about Megan and ASAP? Okay. So I'm not messing with Google because they're way behind and they don't be knowing nothing. They still didn't even talk about Drake and Megan's picture together in 2017 or whatever it was. What they talk about? Yep, them girls lost their deal, right? But the rest of them, actually, I don't know. And they've always liked Rihanna. But at one point, I thought Rihanna was messing with. I thought she was messing with Kim. I thought at one point she was either talking. She talked to Chris, because I remember one interaction. She either talked to Chris and Kim, or maybe just Chris. But she don't mess with Kylie. She don't mess with Kendall. Because Kendall used to always help Kylie sneak out and see ASAP. So Rihanna thinks of Kendall and Kylie as the same person. You know, Kylie used to always help Kendall sneak around. And also Kendall was fucking Chris Brown too. So you know she hates Kendall. Because she's looking like, why is this bitch always after somebody that I fucked? You know what I mean? So she don't like Kendall at all. All right. Then one time they was at an event together and her and Melissa was laughing at Kendall or calling a twig or something, a skeleton. And then the whole Kendall saying, oh, if she don't perform whatever that song is, Touch Me or whatever, then I'm not going. And then Rihanna said, then bitch, stay home. Y'all remember that on Twitter? Years ago, Kendall was like, if she don't perform Touch Me or whatever that song is called that Rihanna had, then I'm not going. And she said, bitch, stay home. Yep. That's when Rihanna was she was savage on Twitter. She was a savage on Twitter back then. All right, so let me see what Grok says about Megan and them. All right. So, Rihanna unfollowed Megan Thee Stallion back in March 2022, along with removing her as a Savage X Fenty ambassador from the website. This happened publicly around the time Megan's high-profile Tory Lanez shooting trial and sparked a massive online speculation. The main rumor tying it all together, the prevailing gossip at the time was that Megan Thee Stallion had allegedly hooked up with or flirted heavily with A$AP Rocky while he was in a relationship with Rihanna. Some versions of the rumor claimed it happened during the early stages of the Rihanna and Rocky romance around 2020, 2021. The story went that Rihanna found out or got inside information about it and quietly distanced herself from unfollowing Megan on Instagram and pulling her from the Fenty brand. A few extra details that fueled it. Whack 100 publicly claimed Tory Lanez allegedly passed info to A$AP Rocky about Megan, which then reached Rihanna. Drake also followed Megan around the same time, which made people wonder if it was a broader Young Money Rock Nation circle thing. Some outlets noted Megan had previously been a Savage X Fenty model collaborator, so her sudden disappearance from the site looked intentional. Rihanna and Megan never confirmed any beef or addressed the rumor directly. Later reports, including from sources close to the brand, said Megan's Savage X Fenty deal had simply expired naturally and wasn't renewed. It wasn't a dramatic firing. Rihanna has collaborated with or shown love to both Nicki and Cardi in the past, so she generally stays out of the rap drama. There's no new unfollow or fresh Megan A$AP rumor in 2025-26. Megan didn't even attend the 2026 Met Gala. She was finishing her Broadway run in Moulin Rouge and dealing with her own breakup news, while Rihanna and A$AP walked the carpet together looking loved up with zero Megan-related drama. The 2022 unfollow and Megan slept with Rocky rumor is one everyone still references when this question comes up. It's classic celebrity gossip that was never proven, and both sides have moved on. Rihanna and Rocky are still together with kids. Megan is still focused on her music and acting. So that's that. You heard it from Grok. Wasn't there rumors that Megan dissed Rihanna on her record Hiss? Reed used to have the best comments. Good luck booking that stage you speak of. Rihanna's minute. I don't know where. So Isla, where was? I remember the record Hiss. I only remember them saying she dissed Nicki Minaj. Do you know what line they were saying that she dissed Megan in? Because I don't remember anything that could have been a Megan diss. But I'm open to any suggestions. And then once the rumors about Meg and Glow started floating around, what does Rihanna do? She starts showing major love to Glorilla by posting her on Instagram. See, I didn't know it. I do remember her dancing to TGIF. See, these celebrities be doing shady stuff. So that's a good catch, Marla. Now, that could mean something, or it may not. But they use Instagram and social media all the time to shade other people. They do it all the time, right? I'm going to post this one because she's having issues with Megan. And out of all them times where with Megan, with the lawsuits and with this, that, and the third, she never said nothing to Megan, never said, and I think Megan still follows Rihanna, but Rihanna never followed her back. Never. Okay. But A$AP Rocky, let me see. A$AP Rocky. So, here, right here. Look. Look. Look at this. here was the Met Gala, right? Let me see. Here's the Met Gala. Let me show the picture. Doom, 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 doom. So this is the Met Gala when? This was just 2024, I think. Hold on. Sal, I know, Sal. This line is his. I can never be judged by a bee that was dancing, making R. Kelly go viral. I don't think that was Megan, though. More recent. And did do it. But I thought she was talking about somebody else. Like, at that time, that was more, that had did it. Thank you for that, Isla. I got to look into it. I thought she was talking about, I thought somebody had recently did that. Hold on. Let me look that up. I thought it was because if Rihanna was dancing to R. Kelly, she was doing it years ago. I thought she was talking about somebody who had did that recently. I got to look into that. But she was definitely talking about somebody. I do remember that line. That's a good catch, Isla. Thank you for that. I do remember that line. Hold on. thought some. Hold on. Megan and various critics who rivals who had previously spoken negatively about her. The specific part you mentioned called out people who criticize others but have hypocritical past, particularly highlighting those who particularly in viral TikTok or social media dance trend. Yeah, they're trying to make it seem like as though like it was people that was recently doing TikTok dances to R. Kelly, right? Let me see. The one remains to be determined, perhaps open-ended, whoever catching strays. So everybody seemed, no, I could have sworn, yes, I remember that, Isla. I remember that was so long ago, but she said people were saying she wore R. Kelly when she said that it was dancing, making R. Kelly, but I don't think Megan was actually dancing. I think she just had an R. Kelly shirt on. And that was many years ago. So people were trying, I think from what they're saying that people were doing TikTok dances within recent years to an R. Kelly song. And that's go viral because she wasn't making R. Kelly go viral when she had that shirt on because there was no viral back then. And remember, back then, R. Kelly wasn't convicted. So I think they were trying to reach there. Now we got to see if there's a TikTok. Was there some sort of TikTok frenzy recently? She said, making R. Kelly go viral. You know, back in them days, there was no viral. So I don't think she met Rihanna. But you are right. She was wearing a Rihanna. She was wearing an R. Kelly t-shirt. There is a picture of her with an R. Kelly shirt on. But that's before he was convicted. You know, that's back when everybody was still messing with R. Kelly. Let's see. People in Lipstick Alley probably figured out. Because these like Grok and all them, they try to act like they don't know what's going on. Boom. Everybody said, oh, the meanings to it, but because I thought that year, right? I thought that year there was like a something that was being done to R. Kelly People were dancing to an R. Kelly song, and for some reason it was going viral. And nobody seemed to be able to find it. And they're saying they don't know who she meant by that. Nobody seems to know who she was dissing there. So that's probably why they came up with Rihanna. But I'm going to see, was there, hold on. Megan is shading hypergirl haters. One line quick to judge. Megan sells R. Kelly songs on TikTok. Oh, see, here you go. R. Kelly songs around late 2023, early 2024. Old R. Kelly tracks randomly blew up again through dance challenges and viral clips. Megan's point, how are y'all judging me when you're out here bumping and dancing to a convicted predator's music? It's the general y'all diss at fake Memorizer. That's why. And a clip of, oh, okay. So this is why he thinks Megan. A clip of Rihanna dancing to an R. Kelly song circulated on Twitter, TikTok, and helped spark part of that dance trend. Some fans and a few TikTok Reddit threads connected the dots and assumed it was a low-key shot at her, especially since Rihanna had unfollowed Megan in 2022. Megan never confirmed it. Rihanna never responded or acknowledged the song. No mainstream reporting Megan interview tied to it. It was just fan speculations. Well, during that time, some R. Kelly songs resurfaced, right? Resurfaced and helped it go viral. But there's pictures of her at the Met Gala a couple of years ago after his, and she's with A$AP Rocky. See if I can find this picture. Dang, hold on. Okay. I don't see the photo. But yeah, there was I'm trying to see what year that was. Doom, doom. Yeah, but she was taking pictures with him, and Rihanna was there. Rihanna was there. You know what I'm saying? Rihanna was there and she didn't take any pictures. Oh, here it is right here. So let me go here. All right, here we go. I got the picture, y'all. Hold on. I got the picture. They look mighty cozy too. And my thing is, if Rihanna thought that Megan was messing with ASAP and she was here that night, ain't no way in hell she letting Megan Thee Stallion get this close to her nigga. No way. No way, Hussey. No way, Hussey. You know what I mean? Let me get that picture up. You see that? If Rihanna thought, right? If Rihanna thought that A$AP Rocky had screwed Megan Thee Stallion, there is no way in hell she's letting Megan get this close to her nigga, and she was there. She was there. All right? No way. No way. All right? So, again, it was something. It was something. I just don't believe it was that. I just don't believe that I don't believe it had anything to do with Megan sleeping with A$AP Rocky. Right? Maybe the Fenty deal. Maybe she was like, you know what? You didn't revive the Fenty deal. And the funny thing is, they're both on Rock Nation. That's the funny thing. The funny thing is, they're both on Rock Nation. And we see no interaction with them at all. Whew. Crazy. Craziness. So, to wrap it all up, my opinion is I don't think Drake was dissing Cardi B, but I guess we'll find out as time goes on. If Drake was dissing Cardi B and Cardi B feels like it, trust me, she gonna come online and say something. You know she is. You know she is. She'll come on and say, yo, my nigga, what you meant by that? Like, was that supposed to be like some shade or whatever? I'ma hit Drake up. She'll hit Drake up and say it. Was that supposed to be some shade? So trust me, if it was some shade, Cardi B, one thing, she gonna bring it to the mic and she gonna say what it is. Just like how she did with Joe Budden when she had an issue with him. Just like how she did when she had an issue with Armand Wiggins. If she got an issue with somebody, she gonna say something about it. If she find out that was a diss, what you dissing me, like, she gonna say something about it. But if y'all want to support me and support my channel, support what I do, support the page, YouTube demonetized me, so I'm not making any money off of these videos. Please join the Patreon if you can. It's patreon.com/ the IE network on Patreon. Subscribe to me on Twitch, y'all. I need subscriptions. Jocelyn right now is the only one that's subscribed. I need subscriptions for the so y'all can get the live feeds. Like I said, I'm bringing y'all these 4-hour streams, 5-hour streams. Great information, and YouTube has demonetized my channel. So yeah. So help me out. Yeah. Support. It's a $ Heaven Hollywood on Cash App. So I guess I'll check y'all. We'll probably stream again tomorrow. Journey thinks it's like a sister. Well, Journey, you're not alone. You know, some other people think it was a diss too. Yeah, I mean, she addressed Ice Spice. So I believe if she finds out it's a diss, I think she'll say, yo, Drake, like, what's going on? Like, I've never had a problem with you before. You know how Cardi B is. But yeah, you're not alone, Journey Rick. Journey Rick. You are not alone. There are others that think it too. They think Drake this Cardi. It's not just you. They said he's being slick. Yeah, so Isla, some of the Bobs was saying that at first. Some of the Bobs were saying it. Some of Barty Gang was saying it. Then there was some Bob saying he was dissing Cardi. Then there was some Barty Gang saying he was dissing Cardi. So I don't know what the hell is going on. I guess if Drake don't ever say nothing, everybody's going to have their own opinion. I think he was just saying, trying to put light to it, like, oh man, he was drunk and he ended up playing Cardi and Nicki. Like, you know not to do that, right? Hell, Miley Cyrus made a comment, I love you, Nicki, but I listen to Cardi, and Nicki Minaj, they ain't fucked with her since. 319 with a surprise drive is good. If he had advertised like Drake, trust me and believe it would be a lot more. 319 with a surprise drive is good. If he had advertised like Drake, trust me. But surprise. Oh, so you're talking about Kendrick. Velma, you talking about Kendrick. Well, 319 wasn't really a surprise. Was GNX a surprise? I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I guess. I just, because of all the maybe GNX was a surprise. Now I'm thinking, I can't really remember back because, like I said, I'm not a Kendrick fan, so I don't really follow Kendrick like that. But you might be right. It may have been a surprise drop. Now that I'm remembering back, it may have been like a surprise drop, but I just still thought that he was going to do more than that with all the buzz and whatever like that. I still believe Drake probably got Lotto and Nicki to squash their beef. It may be a Lotto angle. And could be. They may have. I don't think late Lotto and Cardi are cool anymore after the audio. I don't think so either. I agree. Drake will never be king again, maybe in numbers. It definitely was. Okay. But you say he will never. So Velma, if he'll only be king in numbers, what what other way is there? I mean, but that's what he's been before. Now, I don't really know how you can rejudge it, because the only way that you say Kendrick is king is because he beat Drake in a rap battle. But there has to be more metrics than that. So if he just beat him in a rap battle, and wouldn't he outstream him? Like, wouldn't his album somewhat like my point is, if people were saying, right, and I remember when this battle was going on, if people were saying Kendrick saved hip hop, he now is going to get rid of the garbage in hip hop, he saved the culture from garbage rap. So if that is the case, that should mean that when Drake drops again, because this is still Drake with the same music. So that means when Drake drops again, he shouldn't be selling like he shouldn't be outselling everybody, because Kendrick saved us from garbage music. So I don't really know how you're going to say, well, he won't be king again only in numbers. But he shouldn't be king in numbers if he's not the king anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shouldn't be, because during that time of the battle, his records weren't going number one anymore. He put out music, but during that whole battle, his records weren't going number one anymore. People were saying, we don't want to hear Drake. We don't want to play Drake. It's another. But now that this record drop, if Kendrick saved us from garbage, why aren't everyone still on the same shit? That's my point. Why isn't everyone still on the same stuff? I mean, how do you judge it if you say he won't be king again only in numbers? Well, yeah, they use numbers to judge. Numbers is judged. Everything's judged by numbers, isn't it? Well, forever, no. No one's going to stay number one forever. I mean, that's obvious. But he's still number one as of right now. I'm not saying he's going to be number one 10 years from now. And you say Kendrick lives rent-free. And Kendrick don't live rent-free in my... Maybe this is your first time here. I never talk about Kendrick. So I don't know who you saying Kendrick lives rent-free in our head. I never even talk about Kendrick. So you definitely ain't talking about me. Kendrick Lamar is barely a conversation in my lives. Right? Okay, well, that's your opinion. Kendrick is king of rap, point blank. Okay, that's your opinion. You could have your opinion, but what do you have to back that up? That's the whole thing. Anybody can have an opinion. Right? Anybody can have an opinion on anything. Right? But what do you have to back that up, though? Saying he's the king of rap, what do you have to back that up? Like, what are you basing your opinion on? If you're not basing it on numbers, you're just basing it on because you like Kendrick and you don't like Drake. I mean, that's okay. That's what you're going to base it on. But when people say Jordan is the GOAT, right? Well, why is Jordan the GOAT? Because he was 6-0 in the finals. He got 6 championships, and he three-peated twice. And see, people have a reason of why they say Jordan's the GOAT. They just don't say Jordan's the GOAT just because they like Jordan. They got stuff to back that up with, right? They got stuff to back that up with. Why is it an argument? Everyone doing good. It's not an argument. I wasn't arguing. But we have Velma here coming in here 2 minutes before the stream ends, hours behind the stream, and she's saying, you have your opinion. Everyone else has their own opinion. Why can't it just be that? You guys have more energy for Drake than women. Huh? You guys have more energy for Drake than women. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Have more energy for Drake than women. What are you talking about? You definitely ain't been in here. If you think I got more energy for any dude than women, all I talk about is women. I know you ain't been in my. If you said that you guys got more energy, you can ask any woman in here. Do I got more energy for any nigga than a woman? You definitely ain't been in here. You definitely ain't been in here. You definitely, this is your first, this must be your first time in my stream. Oh my God. Okay, Velma, sure. The world will stop. Great. It'll stop to 319K. That's what he did last time. The world will stop. Okay, so let him drop and let's see the world stop. All right. It seems like the whole world stopped for this album that Drake just dropped. So let's see if the world stops, then he should sell more. There's no other way to slap it. You can't say, oh yeah, he won't be the king, only in numbers. But if Kendrick drops, the world will stop. Well, then I hope it stops long enough for him to sell more than 319K. If the world stops, why he ain't sold more than 319K? 319K is Drake's flop. Kendrick's big record is Drake's flop. 319 is his second or third highest. That's like that would be Drake's 12th or 13th biggest record. If Drake did 319, they'd say he flopped. Kendrick do 319, you said the world stopped. Okay, let's see the world stop. Kendrick ain't never sold 500K. He sold 500K maybe that one time. He's not selling 500K. He's not selling 500K. People don't like Kendrick like that. Not even his fans like him like that. Because if they did, his albums would have been selling 600, 700, 500, constantly, consecutively. He don't sell like that. That's what they judge. Numbers judges everything. What are you talking about? What is it with numbers? Numbers doesn't mean great. Numbers, that's how you tell if someone is great. That's what they judge everything by. You get put into the Hall of Fame by how? You get put into the Hall of Fame in basketball by how? You get put into the Hall of Fame in music by how? Numbers runs the world. If the whole world stopped and was listening to Kendrick, they would be streaming his shit because the whole world stopped. So if you're not going by numbers, it's just your opinion. Everybody has their own opinion. If Kendrick is the king, that's your opinion. But you're going to get a whole bunch of people that don't say that. Not everybody's going to come in and say, oh yeah, Kendrick's the king. There's going to be a couple of people that say it. There's going to be Kendrick fans that say it, but there's going to be fans of other people who say something totally different. So what makes your opinion right and their opinion wrong? There's some people who think J. Cole is the king. There's some people who think Eminem is the king. There's some people who think Jay is the king. There's some people who think Wayne is the king. There's some people who think Drake is the king. So what makes your opinion right and their opinion wrong? Their opinion is just as valid as yours because it's an opinion. Because there's no proof to prove who is the greatest. That's opinion. If you ask somebody who's the king of who is the greatest rapper ever, you're going to get about 7 different answers. Some people are going to say Tupac. Some people are going to say Jay. Some people are going to say Kendrick. Some people are going to say Drake. Some people are going to say Wayne. Some people are going to say Eminem. People have their own opinion. Right, like I said, everybody's going to have their own opinion. You know, who's the greatest. I've heard Biggie. I've heard people say, "Oh, Biggie's the GOAT. Is the GOAT. Tupac is the GOAT. Jay is the GOAT." Some people say Rakim is the GOAT. Some people say Nas is the GOAT. I've heard some people say Wayne is the GOAT. A lot of people say Eminem is the GOAT. It's all an opinion. Yeah. Again, my opinion is everybody knows who I say is the GOAT. You know what I mean? Everybody knows who I say is the GOAT. But everybody don't think Jay-Z is the GOAT. And that's cool. I'm not going to tell them they're wrong if they say, oh, Wayne is better than Jay-Z. Okay, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion. Drake is the GOAT. Wayne is the GOAT. Eminem is the GOAT. That's cool. Right. And Mimi, there are some people who will say the same thing. I even know some people who put Kendrick over Jay. But there's a lot of people who put Kendrick after Jay. I know some diehard J. Cole fan, like my brother is a J. Cole fan. He said J. Cole's the GOAT. Right. So there's going to be a lot of different people with a lot of different opinions when it comes to the greatest rapper. You know, all them damn Eminem fans, you know, nope, they don't think nobody's better than Eminem. You know what I mean? Jay's my GOAT. Rakim's my second GOAT. I think I always have Rakim as a GOAT until Jay-Z. I said, okay, Jay's the GOAT. Even though I don't like putting anybody over Ra, I said I conceded. I'm like, okay, Jay-Z is probably the GOAT. So that's who I hold in GOAT status. I hold him number 1. I already told people my top 5. I got J1. I got Ra 2. I got LL 3. I got Eminem, I think 4. No. Nas 4. I think I had M5. I had Pac 6. I had Biggie 7. I had Wayne 8. I think I had either Big Daddy Kane or Kendrick 9. I think I had Big Daddy Kane 9. They had Big Daddy Kane 9. And then Kendrick 10. Then I think I had Drake. No, I had Cole, Drake. Forgot. But it's hard for people, like people that say Drake is one because they're going to go by his number metrics. It's hard to argue that because it's kind of like when people say LeBron is the GOAT, right? And then when you start saying, well, how's he the GOAT? And then they start running off these numbers, most points ever. If it's all about scoring buckets, and if the basketball is about scoring buckets, and LeBron James has scored more buckets than anybody ever in the history of the NBA, well, then they got a rightful argument that he's the GOAT, whether you think it or not. You got a rightful argument that he's the GOAT. Patience, go to sleep. Patience. Patience. Go to sleep. The hell are you doing up 12:15 in the morning? And Mimi, that's your opinion. That's I'm cool with that. She ain't my GOAT, but if she'll always be your GOAT, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You know, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But just that's it. That's all it is. It's an opinion. Just like my opinion is Jay's the GOAT, but I can't make everybody else believe that. You know, it's up to whoever to believe that. You know, and then people don't go along with it. I can't be like, "Oh, you're wrong." Like, no. How can an opinion be wrong? It's just an opinion. But when people try to make it their opinion a fact, no, I'm going to correct you. You can't. You have to prove that. If for something to be a fact, it has to be proven. And there's no way to prove. Yeah, I knew that. And there's no way to prove that anybody is the greatest of all time if you're not going to use numbers. Right? If you're going to say no numbers don't count, so then there's going to be no way to ever prove it. Because everybody has their own opinion of who's the greatest. Right? You know, you ask some people around females, you're going to get some people that say Nicki, some people say Lil Kim, some people say Lauryn Hill, right? Some people say Cardi B. You know, some people say, "Oh, well, Cardi got 5 number one. She got the most number one, so she's the GOAT." All right, so like I said, they're using numbers. Like if I ask people, well, what makes Cardi B to go? Oh, she got the most since she came in. If I am a Cardi B fan, right? Of course, if I'm a Nicki Minaj fan, you say, "Oh, Nicki Minaj a GOAT." Well, what do you say that? Oh, because she sold more records than any other female ever in the history of rap. She broke Aretha Franklin's record for top 40 hits on Billboard. She globalized rap music, female rap music, and she's made the most money of any female rapper ever. So that's going to be your stance if you're a Nicki Minaj fan, right? That's what you're going to be to state your claim. Nicki Minaj globalized hip hop, globalized female rap. She's the richest female rapper for now. She sold the most records. She has the most Billboard songs, right? That's what they're going to say. That's what you're going to be your patience go to sleep. Don't tell me shut up. Oh, shut up. Like, no, oh, shut up. So if it's Cardi, so this is why I say if it's Cardi, and no, my daughter didn't tell me shut up. This is why I said if it's Cardi B. I'm gonna say, how is Cardi B to go? Well, I'm gonna say she has 5 number ones. She has the most diamond records of a female rapper. She has the most number ones of a female rapper. No. So if I'm Cardi B, hold on. Okay, so if I'm Cardi B, right? If I'm a Cardi B fan, and they say, I think Cardi B's a GOAT, and they're gonna say, well, what's your argument? And that would be my argument. She's got the most number ones of any female rapper. She's got the most diamond records out of any female rapper. And since she's come into the game in 2017, she is the top selling rapper since she's been in the game. And she has the most RIAA sales of any other female rapper. Yes, Nicki Minaj has sold the most total. Yes. But you can't penalize Cardi B for not selling as many records as Nicki Minaj. She has not been in the game as long. Now, what you can say is, yeah, okay, because that's only because Cardi wasn't in the game. But since Cardi B has come in the game in 2017 and Nicki Minaj has put out just as many albums since 2017 as Cardi B has put out. They put out the same amount of albums since 2017. And when you total those two up, Cardi B sold more albums. Right? So that would be my fight. I would say, yeah, but she sold the most since she's been on the scene. And she has more number one records, and she came on the scene 10 years after Nicki Minaj, almost. So that would be my thing. Right? Missy Elliott. People could say Missy Elliott. They could say Missy Elliott transformed female rap. She transcended female rap. Her creativity, the way she made a precedent in female rap videos. Right, so she, transcended performing on stage. When people say Lauryn Hill, they say what? Oh, she had the biggest female rap album ever. She had a diamond album. A lot of people say that's the greatest female rap album ever made. And it was the first female rapper to go number one, on the Hot 100. Lauryn Hill. And then there's people that say Little Kim, and they can say, well, Little Kim, she nationalized and she put fashion into, she brought fashion into female rap. She was the first female rapper with a fashion deal. She was the global ambassador to Marc Jacobs. First one to really bring female rap into it. She and then she pretty much switched over from tomboy, like female rappers were tomboys. Little Kim is the one who brought femininity into female rap. Because before that, all the female rappers rap like niggas, dressed like tomboys, right? So a lot of people think that, we wouldn't even be having females looking like females if it wasn't for Lil' Kim, because Lil' Kim was the one who went out there and she was the first one to start talking about eat my pee and this, that, and the other. Women weren't comfortable saying that at first. But then Lil' Kim was saying, they're like, oh, okay, hell, I can say it then. And I think that album is more like R&B to me. The Journey of Rick. I mean, you're right, and actually, you're not wrong. And I said, because it is kind of like a Drake album. Like she was like the first Drake before even Drake. Like Lauryn Hill's albums were mixed, but you have to remember she also was in a group, and they weren't singing. Those songs were rap. Remember, she was in the Fugees first. And the Fugees have what a lot of people consider as one of the greatest rap albums ever, The Score. And she was the lead rapper in that group. So people also forget about that when they talk about Lauryn Hill. They forget that she was the lead rapper from the Fugees. And she was the first female rapper with a quotable in the Source. They had no females in the Source as a quotable, like the Source used to put the rhymes of the month, the bars of the month in there. And Lauryn Hill was the first female rapper to ever have the quotable. From that song, how many right can I rip on a daily? I say many money. You say many, many, many. I get mad frustrated when I rhyme, thinking about all the kids to do this for all the wrong reasons. Seasons change, mad things rearrange, but all seems the same, like the man, Dr. Strange. I ain't fat like the rapper. That was ill. Got my whole world saying true that, if only knew that. It was you who was a regular soldier, secular soul, for such a music act as whack, plus you use that loop over and over, claiming that you got a new style. Might have set the future, woo child. Sterile. You can't create, you just wait to take my tape. Things get palace, heads get talents from making microphones from here to Dallas. That's so hard. I get individuals like Stevie, like the Ouija. Like Khalid Muhammad, MCs make me vomit. I get mad commercials. Stop with no commercial. Ooh, contraire proof fair. Don't you even go there. Me without a mic is like a beat without a snare. I dare to stare into your ego. We go way back like to Ganja and Calico. Or Calico vision. My mind gets sentenced to Deuteronomy. And I study like Deuteronomy. Oh, Leviticus, my word made these worlds you can't get with this. Sweet like licorice, dangerous like syphilis. Yeah, that shit was fire. So that was the first quotable in the source. So I got my blue check a long time ago, like when Twitter was like before you had to pay for them, right? But then Elon Musk took over and everybody with blue checks had to pay for the blue check, right? So I was like, I ain't paying for no damn blue check, especially before I didn't have to pay for it. See, I got my other one. Like I said, shout out to Kim Kardashian, whatever. I first got my other one when I was when I was doing block TV. So I used to come on. We had like the videos, right? So I used to put all the videos. And I was doing the filming at Exotica, and I was doing the filming at the celebrity parties. So I got the blue check because we was down as videographers as a company, right? So that's how I ended up getting the blue check from before. But then when Elon Musk came and changed and said, oh, everybody has to pay for blue checks, this, that, and the other. So I was like, man, I ain't paying for no damn blue check. And then my account got suspended. My account got suspended. And that's what happened. When Elon Musk took over Twitter, right? There was a time he took over Twitter, he was saying, oh, all the people who got suspended before that, you can hit me up and we're going to unsuspend the accounts that got suspended. And that's what I did. I ended up hitting him up and was like, yo, my account shouldn't be suspended, blah, blah, blah. And he actually unsuspended my account. That's what it was. He unsuspended my account. He actually did something good. He unsuspended my account. Yeah. But then after that, remember, you used to didn't get paid for Twitter. They started the monetization shit like a few years ago. And my shit had got unsuspended. I had lost a lot of followers. My Block TV page had 60,000 followers, but then some shit happened to it. Then I had the IE Network Twitter, and that got disabled. Like, it's crazy shit, man. Yeah, it was. Something's always happening to me. Like my first YouTube page was Block TV, and we had like it was like 100,000 subs, and it was like we had like 12 million views. That was 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And more than that, I think in 2012, when Google took over YouTube, that just messed everything up. Before YouTube was Google, you used to can use any email. So we was using a Yahoo email, and we was able to use it. But then when Google took over, they made everybody change to a Gmail. That's why now when YouTube, everybody has to have a Gmail. You're not allowed to have any other. So I had Yahoo accounts then, but then they were like, oh, you have to change it. And then in the midst of us changing, Google saw that we was in a partnership with somebody and we was getting money from posting our videos. So back then with YouTube, you got paid every 3 months. Now you get paid every month. But back then you got paid every 3 months. And YouTube came in and made all these changes, and then they locked us out of our Block TV account where we had all our videos, all our viral videos. Like, we was going viral before there was really a viral. So all our videos was like 1 million, like 2 million views, whatever. And they fucked us up. And that's why my brother came off of YouTube and he really stopped fucking with the videos, because that was like a gut punch, because we had all of our content on there, right? We had all our content on there. And then they came and did that. My brother was like, yo, I'm done. I'm done with YouTube. But like, we still have all the stuff on drives, but we lost all the views. So if we upload them now, it's old stuff now. You know what I mean? It's not going to get the same views as it did back then. And that was our credibility. Like, our credibility was the amount of views that we had on these videos. Crazy, man. And now they just demonetized me recently. And I don't even know why. Like, now YouTube don't even give you an explanation. They're just like, oh, you've been demonetized. Like, you can reapply in 3 months. They don't even tell me why. They didn't even tell me why they demonetized me. Like, that's some bullshit. They didn't tell you. So I woke up one day and I'm like, I posted my video and I'm like, wait a minute. You usually can set it to like the $, and it says, I'm like, okay, that's weird. And then it happened the next day. And then I noticed, I went to the thing to try my day. It's like, oh, your channel is no longer monetized. And I'm like, what? So all these videos I'm putting up are pretty much for nothing. Just pretty much for views, because I'm not getting paid on it anymore. And I'm gonna probably reapply, and they're gonna probably say no, or I'm already prepared. I'm not excited. I'm not getting my hopes up. That's why I said I want everybody to join the Patreon. If I can just get 1,000 people, like we have 22,000 subs, I'm not even going to expect 22,000 people to resubscribe, or 15,000 or 10,000. I just need 1,000. If you can just give me 1,000 subs on my Patreon, I won't even complain. You can keep that other 21,000 and shove it up your ass, because if I can just get 1,000 people that constantly watch my content, I don't give a damn about the other 21,000 people, the other 21,000 subs. Right? No, it wasn't the curse. It wasn't the curse. I barely curse. Hey, Journey of Rich, somebody was probably the curse, and I barely curse. What are you talking about? You go to most of my videos. These people be cussing up a storm. You go to most of my videos, I barely got curse words in them. You know what I mean? And usually they're like, your videos, they'll tell you, like, if there's too much curse in the video, they will put on their 17 and over, or like they'll something like that, or they'll say, oh, you can't monetize because there's going to be no ads, or this, that, and the other. So again, they've done this to me before, and then they never have no explanation. You know what I mean? So it's like, nigga, there's people that be way worse than me. You know what I'm saying? Look at Nosy Whole Live. Like, look how long she had her channel, and her whole channel was cursing. Me, I barely curse. I'm not really a cursor like that. You know, I'm not really a cursor. But anyway, y'all drop a Cash App is $ Heaven Hollywood, or can't even say the what's called anymore. Just join the Patreon. I also have requests. I have a couple of them coming up. People wanted to do my reactions or whatever. Paid to do my reaction videos. They like my reaction videos, so you have that. It's patreon.com/the IE network. So I'll probably be dropping some videos on there tonight. Grab me a coffee and keep my dumb ass up. What's up, always? How you doing, always? Journey of Rick. It was probably the curse. Rick, come on, Rick. How you gonna do me like that? Rick, do I curse a lot to you? Every time I probably the cursing. How you gonna play me like that, Rick? Thought you was my boy. Anyway. Yeah. Anything else, guys? We got to cover? No, I think we covered everything. We've been live for over 5 hours. So, hey, this was a good stream. Like, we got into it, except for the troll. But I think I handled the troll all right because they just eventually end up leaving. They're like, okay, I can't get them upset. So, let me just leave. And they saw that Joel had my back. So they probably like, we don't want to get jumped in here, so I better just go on up out of here before they hurt me up in here. Y'all been watching the WNBA? Like, anybody been watching the WNBA? Like, shout out to the Atlanta Dream, my girl Angel Reese. Shout out to my baby Rakia Jackson over there now in Chicago playing for the Sky. My team is the Sparks, and with the freaking the Sparks traded my baby mama Rakia Jackson to the damn Chicago Sky. Like, man, come on, man. How you gonna trade Rakia Jackson and keep Cameron Brink? Or I like to call her Cameron Brick. You're gonna keep Cameron Brink and trade my girl Rakia Jackson. Like, come on, man. What you doing out here? And our baby Raven Johnson is on Indiana. Her black ass is so fun. That black BIGTH is fine. Where's that picture? She know her black ass is fine. Whoa. She put a nice picture up. Awesome. Rakia Jackson, Raven Johnson. That's what I love them girls, boy. Raven. Hold on. Hollywood Raven. There she is. And I like Angel Reese. I like Angel Reese too, but Rakia Jackson's my girl. Ooh, do 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 do. Come on, man. What's Raven Johnson? Hollywood Raven. Y'all keeping up with the NBA? Like, y'all keeping up with y'all not keeping with the WNBA? Maybe you just laughed. You don't watch the WNBA? Journey, Rick, you don't watch the WNBA? Like, what? Y'all ain't keeping up with the WNBA? Look at her fine black ass. Mm-hmm. Let's see where she at. I thought she just put a new picture up. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. I don't know where she at. Where's that picture at? Come on now. Don't be hiding from me. Oh yeah, here she go. Here she go. Where's Millie? I don't know where Millie's at. I haven't seen. Like she said something to me on Twitter, like he was like, "Excuse me" or something. I'm like, I don't really get. Like I show Millie a lot of grace, and people be like, "Oh, why do you like her?" Or blah blah blah. And she be like giving me attitude. Like I'm like, I don't think you really understand. Like I be taking a lot of flack for being nice to you, and I be showing her a lot of grace. Like I don't be going in on her like these other channels when I be seeing it with like about videos. I don't really make videos. I don't really make videos dissing her or nothing. But then when she said, whenever she happens to see me like online, like number one, she's not following me back. That's the first thing. And I be saying stuff like on her timeline, something she doesn't ever respond. But then I said something one day like, oh, so are you gonna speak today or no? And then she was like, oh, what are you talking about? Like, something. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, so you're gonna tell me you haven't seen none of these responses I've been giving you? And she said something like, oh, hi, or something like that. I was like, yeah. Mob Radio been quiet. I don't know. I fuck with Milagro, but you know, we have our differences in the stuff that she likes and stuff that I like. But hey, I'm not gonna cut. You know, people like, oh, you should cut her off because she don't like Cardi. Okay, I get it. Cardi B ain't gonna cut off people that I don't like. Cardi B didn't cut off Armand when I told her I don't like Armand Wiggins. She didn't cut off Armand just because I didn't like Armand. She was probably like, nigga, who are you? Like, I'm not cutting off nobody just because you don't like them. Who are you? So when Barty Gang used to come in my like, oh, why do you talk to me? Oh, she don't like Cardi B. You're a fake fan and this and that. Shut up. And I believe that was part of the reason of why Cardi B unfollowed me. I think like Barty Gang one time was like, oh, he talks to Mob Radio. So I don't know. And the other thing could have been that, or it could have been because I made the joke about I hope you ain't pregnant again, and she really was. But I didn't know she was. And then when she was like, oh, I got a special announcement tonight. And remember when she announced her pregnancy during the award show? And she was like, oh, I got a special announcement tonight. I bet y'all can't guess what it is. And I was like, just as long as you ain't pregnant again. And she really was. So I think she got mad. I think she got mad at me. But I didn't know she was really pregnant. I was just saying. I was just like, oh, Lord, I hope you ain't pregnant again. And then she was really pregnant. And I think she got offended by that. I think she got mad at me for that. But I didn't, like, if I had known she was really pregnant, I would have never said that. Right? Because, you know, babies are a blessing, of course. But I was just being more selfish. Like, damn, I don't want to see her pregnant again. I want to see that fat ass all over the place, all over the street. I don't want to see that fat ass and she turn around and then her stomach be all. That was like the biggest turnoff. Like when she did Wild Side to find out she was pregnant. She did. I was like, that's a turnoff, man. Pregnant with all says baby up there talking all that nasty shit. And you got his baby in your belly. Boo. So I want that to be my baby. Let me stop. See, if she was pregnant with my baby, of course it wouldn't be no problem. Or you'd be wanting her to say something then, right? No, but anyway, yo, let me get up out of here. All right, love y'all. I'll catch y'all on the next one. This has been another installment of Heaven Hollywood Experience. Y'all hit me up, man, and support the boy. Peace.